officer for United Nations in Iraq. She will exchange her views on the women in war and peace towards a holistic humanitarian approach. So over to Kalki Kishore.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Jan Goswami, for a kind introduction of the panel members. I must take this opportunity to thank the USI as well as the DG USI for inviting us over and to make us participate in such a contemporary theme and discuss various aspects of that. Fellow highly experienced peacekeepers, young boys and girls sitting behind, ladies and gentlemen. The topic of our discussion in session 4, gender diversity in peace and security, looks to be relating to the UN peacekeeping, but it has very, very wider ramifications. To build lasting peace in various conflict zones, we must consider the specific impacts of the same on women, children, and youth. They must be empowered to lead peace efforts. Participation of women in UN peace operations at various levels is another enabler, which definitely has taken on some momentum of late. Unfortunately, even now, just about 10 to 11% uniformed personnel in the peace operations are women. The percentage is very less as far as armed forces are concerned. However, the police personnel representation has gone up to nearly 20%. Even marginal increase, and these are the studies which show that even a little increase of women peacekeepers in a mission area has profound effect on the effectiveness of those operations. And that has been seen on the ground. Learning from its field experiences, the United Nations adopted UN Security Council Resolutions 1325 on women, peace, and security in 2000. We will attempt to look at it and relate it to the international humanitarian law. To discuss, we have a very eminent panelist with me, two of them experts in their own fields. I would request Ms. Kanta Singh to take on explanation of Resolution 1325. Over to you, ma'am.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a proud privilege to represent UN here, and we are also very proud of the fact that we have been working closely with USI for the longest time. UN Women in particular has been collaborating with USI, the DC, and General Goswami. We've been working together for this annual event every year. Now I have been in UN Women for almost 6 years, and I see almost 4 years now we have been coming together, which is a very, very privileged position. As the name suggests, UN Women, and I'd like to spend 2 minutes to share what UN Women does. UN Women is one of the specialized agencies of the UN system, and our mandate is only to work on women, but different aspects of women's lives. Fortunately, this year we are completing 80 years. UN is completing 80 years. Today is UN Day, as you may be knowing, and some of you may be coming in the evening for the reception. UN Women is completing 15 years, and the 1325 is completing 25 years, and it completed 25 years on 25th October. So this is a landmark here for us, and that's how there's a renewed focus on bringing women and affected populations in the peace processes. Globally, I think there's more noise around the topic, and why I'm saying noise because this is the right kind of noise that we need to hear. When we're talking and renewing and looking at the structure that UN provides for these negotiations, I think member states are also thinking about increasing women's role in peace processes. In UN Women, this is one of the 4 top priorities for us. In India, we have been working not only with USI, but also the Peacekeeping Center here. we have been training military officers, female military officers on peacekeeping and role of not only women officers, but civilian population in peace processes. Every year, we hold multiple sessions with outgoing officers from different countries, but particularly the agenda, the module, and also the training, conducting the training for female military officers is being managed by us here in the country. And India is the only country which has been given the responsibility. So we are very proud to participate and also contribute to some of these efforts that member states are making. On 1325 and also what UN does, let me also share some figures with you. In last 5 years, conflicts around the world have increased manifold. All of you are seeing Ukraine war to Israel, Gaza, to multiple other locations, Africa, some of the other countries always on the boil. Also internal conflicts, not just international, but also internal conflicts, put women and children at a disadvantage. Also young people, poor people are always getting affected more. Sorry, in 2025, 84 peace negotiations happened without a single woman on the table. Now, in a period when we are talking about increasing women's participation and also their leadership, negotiations are happening without women being on the table. And this is when they are affected the most. And that is worrisome. And that's how I'm really grateful to USI for talking about these issues and putting them at center stage and making all of us responsible and also sensitize us about the need to bring women on the table. Almost 664 million women and young people are affected by conflict at this point in time. That's a large population. And this doesn't count women and children and young girls who are affected by internal conflicts. These are only affected by war and war-like situations. This is very worrisome. And this is very concerning for all of us. I think the peacekeepers who go and manage, particularly women who go out and are responsible for managing the civilian population, need to have a different kind of training, because not only their leadership, but women community leaders leadership also matters there. And I think India has shown different through different examples in Liberia. Also, Radhika Sen last year shared some examples from her work and how she involved local women in peace processes. So not only individuals, but also group efforts matter. Again, going back to some figures, between 1992 and 2019, women averaged about 13% of negotiations and 6% of mediators and 6% of peace signatories. Despite their critical role, women continue to be largely excluded from peace processes, as I said, and Jan Goswami also talked about. The data indicates that on an average, women made up only 7% of negotiators and only 14% of mediators in formal peace processes. That means many peace talks still include no women at all, and I gave you the figure of 84 peace negotiations this year. Women's representation among signatories to the peace processes or peace agreements was though comparatively higher at 20%. Only 1 in 10 peace talks in 24 included women. Almost 4 times more women and girls have been killed in conflict zone between 22 and 24. 9.4% increase in global military spending, and that you would be knowing better because you deal with military spending, while gender equality remains critically underfunded, and that is in the data of 2024 and 23. Evidence-based payoff. When women participate in peace processes, there's a 35% more chance that the peace processes and agreements will last. And multiple examples are there for that, and I don't want to get into that. Northern Ireland being one, Philippines is there, Colombia is there, Liberia, and I talked about how Indian women and the mission from all women mission from India helped a lot. I also shared what UN Women is doing here in India. And I think, Karan Sharma, I will stop here to let Meher speak because she has returned from a war zone and she'll share the practical things that she saw there. But to highlight once again that when women are not there, their concerns, their differential impact on them is not shared by men, and rightly so, because if they haven't experienced it, they can't share it. Women should be there participating in the peace processes and also the agreements to bring in the differential impact that they face during war. So Meher, over to you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Ms. Mayer will now speak on women in war and peace towards a holistic humanitarian approach, basically linking WPS and international humanitarian law.
A very good morning to all. I'm delighted to be here on such a panel with Colonel Sharma and Ms. Kanta Singh. Ms. Kanta Singh has already set the tone for today's panel discussion, so I'm grateful for that. It is undeniable that war impacts everybody differently. One's gender identity plays a key role on how war impacts them. Ma'am has already demonstrated some key examples of that. In my presentation, I will look at what are the different gendered impacts of war on women, and the fact that international humanitarian law recognizes these gender impacts and provides special protections for women during wartime in international armed conflict as well as non-international armed conflict. The second part of my presentation will focus on the aspect of how international humanitarian law actually shares common goals with the women, peace, and security agenda, and the synergies in both, which often many people are unaware of. So I really wanted to highlight that. Sexual violence during armed conflict. Traditionally, sexual violence has been seen as a gendered impact of conflict, of war that impacts only women and girls. I wanted to highlight that sexual violence is something that can impact anybody. In ICRC's research studies, we have found that sexual violence also impacts men. Male detainees who were subjected to torture have also reported that they have been subjected to sexual violence. Like ma'am was highlighting that these root causes of gender equality need to be addressed. It has also been demonstrated through research that where sexual violence is not meaningfully addressed, it leads to lacking sustainable peace. Coming to the point of how conflicts and wars impact women more uniquely, I wanted to highlight that women and children die at higher rates than men from the indirect effects of armed conflicts, such as displacement, food insecurity, malnourishment. Yesterday, we heard Major Tur also highlighting the fact that in Malakal, where he was based, how within the camps, women were struggling to access water. And this was an issue that he was trying to address. Coming to the point of protections for women under international humanitarian law. First, I want to focus on general principles of international humanitarian law, which are also applicable to women and girls. International humanitarian law clearly states that the protections of international humanitarian law should be applied without any discrimination, and discrimination based on gender is also prohibited. A fundamental rule of international humanitarian law is protection of civilians, and that definitely includes women and girls. Specific protections for women. International humanitarian law, for example, in the context of detentions, recognizes that if women are being detained, due regard should be given to their sex. So this entails measures such as There should be proper healthcare access that they have. There should be women staff available if the cultural sensitivities requires that. Prohibition of sexual violence, this is something that can also raise to the level of a war crime. So I wanted to highlight that as well. Looking at some practical measures that I feel military commanders and states and non-state armed groups can undertake in their military operations to reduce gendered harms of conflict, starting from pre-attack and the IHL principle of proportionality that requires that when military commanders are designing or planning their military operations, they should balance the humanity aspect and the military necessity aspect. Applying a gender lens to this requires that military commanders also ask themselves questions such as, how do women, men, girls, and boys, how would they be impacted by this military operation? For example, if the military target is located next to a river, which is frequented by women and girls, that should be taken into account. That what time is this location frequented by women and girls? Can the attack be planned at a time when it is not being frequented by women and girls? So yes, while it seems obvious that military commanders will not directly attack women and girls, but they should be mindful of the indirect impact of their attack on women and girls. Coming to communication, ma'am highlighted how Radhika Sen has been a pioneer in sort of ensuring that gender focal points were present within the civilian population. It is necessary and it is essential that in terms of civilian and military coordination, it's not only men who are the main focal points. Women groups should be involved as well, so that states, commanders can undertake a more meaningful, substantive assessment of their military operations as to how can that impact women and girls specifically. During conflict, another thing that yesterday Major Thur highlighted, that in his camps, there were women who were pregnant, there were childbirths happening, people were referring to books in the moment while undertaking these deliveries on the go. It is essential that state parties to the conflict, plan for medical services being available for women and girls. And again, if cultural sensitivities requires so, female medical staff should be available as well. Coming to screening and detention. Civilians are interned, often combatants can also be women who are being detained or screened. It should be ensured that there is an appropriate level of privacy and safety and respect for cultural norms. So again, if female staff is required to undertake these screenings, that should be made possible. Special consideration should be given to pregnant women, breastfeeding women, menstruating women. Access to hygiene, healthcare, medical services for them is essential. Some recommendations in the context of post-attack. There are a lot of lessons that we can learn after something has been undertaken. So yes, while IHL requires that before you undertake the attack, you comply with the rules of distinction, proportionality, precaution. But there are lessons that we can draw from post-attack assessments if they are undertaken in a sex, gender disaggregated manner. For example, if an attack was undertaken and at the time of the attack, the foreseeable harm that the military commander was assessing did not include a foreseeable harm to women and girls, but at least a lesson can be learned later on that this attack had indirect impacts on women and girls, and how should that be avoided before another attack is planned. Measures during peacetime and ongoing measures. So IHL encourages parties to the conflict, especially state parties, to have legal advisors who can advise them on their obligations under international humanitarian law. But a recommendation that ICRC makes that these legal advisors, to the extent possible, should also be gender advisors who can help advance the women and peace security agenda as well. So as is undeniable, and as all of us know, that the battlefield is not an equal playing field. It is a gendered terrain. It impacts people differently based on their gender identity. And IHL recognizes that, and so does the Women and Peace Security Agenda. Since the first resolution on women, peace, security, IHL has had a reference in those resolutions. I want to highlight three key ways how IHL has been highlighted. Firstly, the resolutions call on state parties to respect and implement IHL that protects women and girls. It also calls parties to the conflict to respond to sexual and gender-based violence, which is a violation of IHL. And lastly, it also calls for state parties to take responsibility to prosecute war crimes, which include serial violations of IHL, including instances of sexual violence. Many countries and many member states have actually domesticated the women, peace, security agenda and have built compliance or the culture of compliance with IHL in their national action plans on women, peace, and security, re-emphasizing these obligations. So sort of to come to my conclusion, the synergy between IHL and women and peace security is the core principle of IHL, which is non-discrimination, which basically is emphasizing that yes, protection of civilians is a cornerstone of IHL, but that protection has to be provided in a manner that makes sense and is meaningful on the ground for women and girls as well. I want to highlight something that our head of delegation, our regional legal advisor yesterday spoke about, the global initiative on international humanitarian law to galvanize political commitment for international humanitarian law. We have a specific work stream called International Humanitarian Law and Peace, which actually looks at how international humanitarian law provides an enabling framework for peace negotiations. And my colleague today in the second half of today's session, Sandeep Bali, will be looking at this more closely. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I think it was very nicely explained, and you linked up WPS as well as international humanitarian law. Also, thanks to Kantaji for laying the overview of WPS 1325. We don't want to get into the clauses and what all it entails, but I think it's a very, very important resolution, which everybody has been talking about. Unfortunately, traditional approaches to peace processes have largely been dominated by political elites, military actors, and international mediators. Some statistics was given by Kantaji about this, that how many peace operations or peace negotiations have had the representation from women in those areas. Women and youth remain marginalized despite bearing the brunt of gender-based violence. Youth frequently becomes victim of not only the violence, but also recruits by the armed groups or various PMCs, etc. Yet both groups have demonstrated resilience, creativity, and leadership in paying special attention to the different experiences which they have and have contributed to the peace and security in their own areas, especially when they are proactively and positively engaged. In the context of complex intrastate conflicts, perspectives of women and youth are critical in transiting a society from conflict management to its resolution. Conflict management is what we generally talk about, but it is basically managing ceasefires, humanitarian corridors, and third-party negotiations. While essential, management often freezes a conflict rather than transforming the landscape. Conflict resolution, on the other hand, goes deeper to address the root causes, structural, relational, and cultural dimensions. And for it to happen, it requires inclusivity of all women and youth who are affected by it. We spoke about the normative frameworks. I will not go into much in detail. We have heard about Resolution 1325, which was adopted 25 years back, and it gave a well-defined agenda for women, peace, and security. In fact, it was followed up with 9 other resolutions, and that's how it became a very comprehensive resolution. As an extension to the same, gender equality was set as a prominent sustainable development goal number 5, which has been considered a fundamental human right for the society. The WPS resolution reaffirms the important role of women in the prevention and resolution of conflicts, peace negotiation, peace building, peacekeeping, humanitarian response, and post-conflict reconstruction. The UN Security Council also passed Resolution 2250 in 2015 on youth, peace, and security, recognizing youth's positive contributions to peace and urging their inclusive participation. As brought out by Kantaji, implementation of WPS involves government as well as society. And in fact, all governments are supposed to have a national action plans. About 108 nations have those national action plans. In some of the areas, in fact, they have got a regional action plans also, or regional frameworks like African Union, ASEAN. But there are still nearly 100 countries who are yet to set this agenda forward. A review after 25 years reveals that though some progress may have been made in implementation of WPS 25, however, women continue to suffer at an ever increasing scale. In a civil war, women are not only subjected to physical threat, but also to gender discrimination and sexual violence. In some cases, violence against women has become a political agenda for intervention by force and to humiliate opponents. So therefore, I will just look at the perspective from women as well as youth as regards the implementation of WPS 1325. Now, during the First World War, women from both the alliances came together to design a post-war peace plan, the principles of which are remarkably like Resolution 1325. Since then, women activists have worked to place gender issues at the center stage and on the UN agenda. In 2023, we heard it yesterday also, over 64 serious armed conflicts were recorded and more than 600 million women and girls lived within 50 kilometers of those conflicts. And thereby, one can imagine the kind of effect those armed conflicts were having to their lives. A UN Women report of October 24 highlighted that despite their critical roles, women continue to be largely excluded from peace processes. And Ms. Kanta Singh gave out certain figures, the percentage of negotiators, mediators, and the people, women who are signatory to various peace deals. I'm sure you'll agree that women have a lifetime experiences in living through a conflict, which gives them unique insights into community needs, humanitarian response, and social healing. They become the prime movers of facilitating local ceasefires and humanitarian aid. A study of informal peace processes had found that out of 38 conflicts, nearly 27 conflicts had women groups actively involved at grassroots levels of peace building. Family remains the foundational unit of any community, especially in the global south. And women being resilient enough, they are the one who keep the families together. Despite women's exclusion from the most formal peace efforts, women continue to play effective roles. and especially in the local peace building. Women in Yemen, they negotiated for civilian access to water. Over 49 women-led organization in Sudan, they created a Sudan peace platform in 2023. Same was the case of Liberia and Colombia. In Liberia, the women of Liberia Mass Action for Peace movement led by Crystal, Lima, and Comfort pressured warring parties to negotiate, contributing largely to end of the civil war. As far as Colombia is concerned, it's a peace deal of 2016, and it has been often quoted the women's active participation in creating that peace movement. And there were indigenous women who created a special forum to safeguard indigenous women's right in that place. Now, coming on to the youth perspectives, we all know that nearly 20% of the world population is between the age of 15 to 28. That is a defined age to be called youth. Of course, in our country, we have 45 years and 50 years youth also. Nothing wrong in that. We also know that youth are harbingers of change, though they are often portrayed as security threats due to their susceptibility to recruitment by armed groups. Yet they represent social aspiration, innovation, adaptability, and are generally the largest demographic group, especially in conflict zones. The Global Youth Peace and Security Agenda recognizes the vital role young people play in building and sustaining peace. Resolution 2250 of 2015 acknowledged youth's positive contribution to conflict prevention, resolution, and post-conflict peace building. Youth are most active in driving global uprising, change, and asking for accountability on issues like climate change, corruption, and inequality, often leading to more impactful and inclusive movements. They leverage digital tools for organization and mobilization alongside traditional street protest. Recent Gen Z movements in Indonesia, which is still continuing, Madagascar, Nepal, Bangladesh, these were all driven by a desire for change from deeply embedded political interests and setups. There is something known as a youth bulges. And Arab Spring actually was supposed to have started because of the youth bulges. That means a majority population or a large population is of youth in that country. And large youth bulges were attributed to this Arab Spring phenomena, which started in North African areas, where protesters were mostly young persons, educated, but largely unemployed. Low economic and missing political opportunities for youth remain a major concern. Driven positively, they can use this ability to promote intercultural and interfaith dialogue and build bridges between different social groups. Leading dialogue across ethnic and political divide is essential for long-lasting peace, and youth definitely contribute to this. They can also engage in peace education, post-conflict reconstruction, and transitional justice processes as a part of conflict resolution. After 2007-8 violence in Kenya, youth networks played a very critical role in peace messaging and electoral violence prevention. While eruption of violence is attributed to the growing dissatisfaction with the deeply entrenched polity and corruption in Nepal, youth remain active in controlling any escalation and creating an environment of long-term solutions. I was in Kathmandu just a week back, and it was amazing to see the calmness in the streets and the way the life is going on. Because so far, the youth are satisfied that they have done the regime change and the right people are not leading the nation. There's something known as a double exclusion of young women. It's a phenomena which many of us don't come across. Young women often face marginalization, both as women and as youth. This so-called double exclusion from peace and security dialogues refers to their marginalization from both WPS and YPS agenda. They are often considered too young for women-focused initiatives, leaving their specific experiences and contributions overlooked. Traditional gender norms limit their political participation, while generational hierarchies within the communities and peace processes sideline their voices further. Young women are often highly educated, tech-savvy, and capable of bridging generational divides. Example of young women actively engaging in peace and security dialogues, I'm sure everybody knows about Malala Yousafzai. When she started her campaign for girls' education, Ylva Delman, who works to rehabilitate child soldiers in Somalia, is a Mariam Fall, a Central African survival of conflict-related sexual violence, and she founded a justice movement, and there are many others. They are all working on climate change and security. They all demonstrate the vital role of young women in building peaceful and resilient society. Youth offer what Yasin Omar stated in the Challenges Forum seminar held in Accra on 15th of October. Every dialogue begins with a dare. Dare to listen and, of course, hope. This is what Yasmin Omar had stated at the seminar which was held just a week back. Briefly coming on to the barriers of effective implementation of WPS and YPS, there are many. In fact, I participated in a RASTA seminar, which is a defense organization of South America. And we found that majority of the participants felt that there's a backlash from the global north as far as WPS is concerned. So that is the kind of, but in spite of that, we found that majority of the global south is actually, advocating WPS and cooperating with the whatever the framework is being laid out. Geneva Convention for Security Sector Governance, DCAF, identified 4 persistent barriers across 20 sampled countries. Underrepresentation of women in security at national level, including operational, tactical, and leadership roles. Number 2, deeply ingrained stereotypical way of looking at women's participation especially in security sector. Perceived favoritism is a belief that if gender inclusion takes place, it actually affects it is disadvantageous to the men. It's somehow ingrained in our belief system. And lack of policies accounting for women's needs, things like care responsibility. Unless these things are inbuilt into the implementation framework, it's very difficult. What we need to do is we need to create operational environment to not only include, but trust women and youth that they can actually be harbinger of change. I can quote some examples since I was supposed to bring in practical examples of that. As far as Indian Armed Forces are concerned, since 2020, women are commanding our units. 82 women soldiers joined Indian Army in 2021, because that was one beginning which was waited for a long time. In August 22, the first cadet passed out from National Defense Academy. So these are some of the initiatives. These are very small steps, but I suppose that is how the journey starts. To correlate it with the other difference, Hana, and I think there's a representative, Commodore is sitting there, inducted women pilots in 1965 in their armed forces. They enlisted first soldier in their army in 1958. Whereas we have done it just 2 years back or 3 years back. And that's why when we start looking at the percentage of women soldiers in UN missions. Now, if you have only 82, how do you increase the percentage? We have seen the efficacy of female engagement teams, or now called engagement teams, in both Abai as well as in DRC. We are very proud of the fact we keep talking about Liberia example of our formed police unit, all female form, all women formed police unit. But we have had two gender advocates nominated by the UN Peacekeeping Force. Major Suman Gawan was gender advocate in 2019 and Lieutenant Colonel Radhika Sen in 2023. Yesterday, we spoke about community alert network in DRC, Eastern Kivu area. Majority of this work was done by Radhika. And today, this community alert network actually engages or connects lakhs of women, people, villages, community level, and they are the one who are actually eyes and ears for people who are working in the field. So to conclude, the question still remains that how can WPS and YPS succeed? Because both are faced with huge barriers and lack of support. I must say that even in India, we don't have a national action plan on WPS yet. Hopefully it will come sometime or other. But patriarchal norms and exclusionary political systems that prioritize military and elite actors will always be creating structural barriers. Peace needs to be inclusive and requires the participation of every citizen of society, not only the half of it. Women and youth must be part of discussions and negotiations to obtain complete buy-in so that the peace thing doesn't collapse. We need to develop capacity, fund it, and lead these setups. Initiatives at the local levels, bottoms-up approach has a better chance of success in any conflict scenario. I will stop here and we'll open the house for questions because Mr. Anta has to leave early. So I thought that we can look at some of the questions and maybe obtain some answers from him. Thank you very much.
Colonel Sharma, with your permission, if I could also add on to some of the action points that all of us who are sitting here in the room can also play an active role in bringing some change in the processes. I think one thing that I also see in my other work, not just women, peace and security work, is also how women are still an afterthought. Include them also. सोच लो उनको भी ले आओ एक woman को भी बुला लो panel पे. You know, some of those thoughts are still all of us are also kind of thinking on similar lines. So women have to be an integral part of our planning and execution. I think that's where the problem is. And any peace negotiations, come on, I mean, if we are talking about women being affected differently by war, how do we even hesitate to bring their perspective? Why do we hesitate to involve them in finding the solutions? And the data says, the evidence says that those peace processes and also the agreements are lasting longer when women are part of it. Yet we hesitate. I think, and I also feel that peace is a social contract. It's not just a contract between two warring countries. It's a social contract where the communities also come together to say, we need peace. You see India, Pakistan, unless the parallel process of peace are going on, we will continue to fight. So it is very important that women are part of that social contract that happens. But a couple of points that I wanted all of us to think about. One definitely is we need to support more women-led organizations which are working on women, peace and security agenda. We are not funding those organizations enough. In fact, there's a shrinking space there where human rights defenders, particularly women, are under political and financial attack. That's a global trend now. And last couple of years, you see increasing attacks politically and also in the cyberspace. Any woman in public life, any leader, including political leaders who speak about these issues, face trolling. And I mean, India is one of the perfect examples of that, how women journalists, how women who write about these issues and involvement of women, including people like us, face increased attack. Also, I think we have to start thinking about the leadership of women in all spaces. When there are more women in parliament, they talk about women's issues. And they talk about different issues of women, not just women peace and security issues, but also their health, their food, their nutrition, their education, and their contribution to the national development and growth. So we need to have women across the board and not that just participate, but also women who lead. I think that's all of us need to think about those things. As UN Women, we also mainstream gender agenda into all peace agreements whenever we get a chance, because we are custodians of 1325 along with Security Council, and we do bring the gender mainstreaming into all documents that are at least drafted at the UN level. I think one of the other key contribution, but I think all of us can strengthen that. We are not the only player there. When men and women peacekeepers go to different countries and peace operations, my family, I come from an army family. My husband, my three brothers are in army, and I see most of them have served in the peacekeeping missions. My two brothers, my husband has served in Cambodia, like you, Colonel Sharma. He had no understanding of how his work is going to impact women. So I think we need to invest in the training and capacity building of all male and female military officers and civilian officers who are deployed. UN does it deploy gender advisors there, but I think each one of us can be a gender advisor in a conflict situation. Lastly, I would like to call upon all of you to be part of the solution. And also, I think wherever in our personal as well as professional lives, if we start thinking about involving women in decision making, you will start seeing the difference within the household, within the society, also within the community. All peace processes and all social agreements will have to be involving everyone, youth, the marginalized groups, but particularly women, because it impacts them more. That room has to look inclusive. It has to look more vibrant, and also women have always been saying that nothing about us without us. So that is my request to all of you, that start thinking about it's not just for our personal gain, it is also for a better world for our children. Thank you very much.
Okay, questions? And the same process. Whosoever is asking a question, please introduce yourself and just ask the question. Instead of, no big explanation required. Unless, of course, you have a different perspective and you want to add on to what we've been talking about. Yeah, you first. There.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Nidhi Bakshi. I'm a student at USI. My question is addressed to Kanta ma'am. I would like to understand how the Yazdi crisis, where the women were brutally raped by ISIS, what role did UN play in resolving that gender-based violence matter?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. As Meher has said that gender-based, sorry, I have to leave at 10:30 because I have to reach MEA.
Yeah.
So UN Women particularly is again, I mean, we have been entrusted with the responsibility to work on gender-based violence, though all UN agencies are supposed to be working on that. But two things, and I'm often asked this question about the current conflicts that are happening around the world as to what is UN doing? It's a bystander, it's not doing anything, and what is the role? I'm saying UN is made of member states. UN will only act if member states will come together and say UN has to do this. We don't have an army of our own. So wherever, I only think that as Army, Indian Army says always that we are the last people standing there. UN is the last agency standing there wherever there's a conflict, whether it is in Gaza, whether it is in Ukraine. It's feeding people. It's also supporting women and girls. It's setting up centers where women can come and access services. It's building national capacity to provide support to women who face violence and sexual and gender-based violence in conflict zones. Also working with member states on daily basis to say, do you have national frameworks, legislations, policies to deal with these crises, which is an aftermath or which is also a side effect of war. Now, in a general sense, when you talk about war, it's just the bombs are falling everywhere without discrimination, but nobody is there to look at how it impacts women and girls differently. And I think UN Women and UN in general keeps bringing those aspects on the table. The final decision again lies with member states. We cannot take unilateral decisions like many countries do. Our job is to bring everyone together. UNGA highlighted many of these issues, and civil society organizations which we support also demonstrate, talk, and come on the tables. In UN, recent UNGA was an example where women from conflict zones came and highlighted the stories of these women, many victims themselves and survivors, we call them. They came themselves to talk about the horrific things that happened to them. This is all UN does, but I'm not saying that is everything is resolved there. And the conflict situations are very, very bad right now in many parts of the world. And I think UN is trying to do what it's mandated to do. And I'm sorry, I have to leave now because at 11:15, I have to be in MEA. I'm really sorry. And thank you very much for the
Thank you,
time.
ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Please continue, please, Commissioner Sharma. Thank you.
Okay, we'll continue with the questions. You had a very specific question, but I think you got the general sense what UN Women's role is and how they are actually facilitating. Any other question, please? You had a, yes, and then we'll come.
Thank you, sir. I'm a member of the USI. My name is Dr. Ashiko. I thought of withdrawing my question because she left. So I'm upside down. My address is to both of them. But if I may be allowed to ask her,
Please, please.
ma'am, have you ever envisioned that the whole world will be ruled by women? If so, why not? Your take? Because the men folk have been ruling since ages. I got fed up, at least to me. What is wrong in this emerging world society where science and technology had been beyond the moon and so on and so? Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, sir.
Good morning. Thank you very much. I'm Colonel Ahmed Mehnan, the DA Algeria in New Delhi. So my question is about involving women in peacekeeping. So we all have been talking about the role of women in peacekeeping in protecting women and young children. The question is, what are governments doing, like India, for example, to protect these women, to protect peacekeepers in such a way? Like Indians, for example, we don't want to send a woman to a conflict zone without being prepared, getting them familiar with the area, the climate, and especially traditions and for example religions. So these women can give the best image first of India, for as an example. So when it comes to our women peacekeepers who are going there to dangerous zone, for example, I might say don't send women to some places because it is very dangerous for them. And protecting women is protecting honor and dignity. That's my. So the question is, are we doing things to prepare those women to become peacekeepers? Thank you very much.
Good question. Yeah, I think we can take one more question. We, okay.
Good morning. My name is Anushka Chavan, and I'm an intern at IDSA. We know that women share more caring responsibilities than men do. And by that, I mean taking care of children, their households, elderly parents, in-laws, etc. So my question is that how can we increase the participation of women peacekeepers, keeping in mind these responsibilities that they share? And more specifically, what can India do about it to increase their women peacekeepers? Thank you.
Okay, we'll take on these three questions first. Yeah, so the first was very interesting. Women ruling the world. Mayor?
Yeah, I guess unfortunately, or I wouldn't say unfortunately, but that isn't the state of affairs today, that women are ruling the world. But women are occupying important positions and are making headways in the political sphere, legal sphere, in civil spaces. And personally, to me, gender equality doesn't mean that one gender gains all the power. It's about having everybody's representation. So I would not advocate that all women be the rulers of the world. And I feel that this is also a myth that just because someone is a woman, they are gender sensitive. We also come across women who may be patriarchal. So just I feel equating it or making it, simplifying it has its own dangers. So yeah, that's on that. I also want to add my 2 cents on Ms. Nidhi's question on what is UN doing or what has UN been doing for Yazidi women who were subjected to sexual violence by ISIL. So drawing from my experience in Iraq and personally being involved in an investigative mission that was set up by the UN Security Council, UN has done multiple things both on the justice front and also on the humanitarian assistance front. On the justice and accountability front, the investigative mission actually gathered evidence that has led to the declaration that the crime that was committed against Yazidis was genocide. Domestically, in countries, since we know that a lot of these ISIL fighters were also foreign fighters, they were being prosecuted domestically in Germany and Sweden. So UN also gathered evidence for their domestic prosecution and for this crime of genocide, which is domestically recognized in Sweden and Germany both. On the humanitarian assistance front and the humanitarian response, Ma'am Kanta Singh has already elaborated on that. Yes, and I think the last 2 questions about protection of peacekeepers and preparing women peacekeepers, I defer to Colonel Sharma.
Okay. Interesting question. The first one is about the, from Colonel, about protection of peacekeepers in a conflict zone. It is a concern for everyone. And for all the troop contributing countries, this has been a major concern. It was raised to a level that ultimately in 2021, we got a UN Security Council resolution passed on protection of peacekeepers. And it was done under the chairmanship of India in the UN Security Council or presidency of Security Council. It had brought a lot of clauses under it the responsibility, how do you catch hold of the people, and the responsibility of the host nation. So those clauses have been put in place, and in fact, there had been convictions in Mali, some of the cases in Mali, and they have been continuing. There was a time when it was total impunity, that no one was able to catch hold of them. But now I think UN has been tightening its noose. No, specifically coming to the protection of women peacekeeper in Indian Army, I think they're all army officers or soldiers. They are trained equally, and they are capable of protecting themselves as well as the people who have been assigned under them. There is absolutely no distinction, and I have no doubts that our women peacekeepers they've been deployed as military observers in very remote areas. I mean, you can't have military asking for another protection force for yourself. I don't think that can ever happen. But the protection is inherent. Military observers are protected by various clauses which are there. They are blue beret. They don't carry arms. I have been a military observer, and I have gone and negotiated with Khmer rules and all those and they have kept us as hostages many a times. But that is the part of life. So there is no special protection force given to because they are women peacekeepers. However, you train them. Besides pre-deployment training, where they are given all the pros and cons, how to go about briefings, they are trained as soldiers or officers in their academies, and they can handle themselves. They can handle their weapons very well, and they are as good as any of our other officers or other soldiers. So at least I can talk about Indian Army. There's no special protection or special consideration given. And in the field, they are deployed wherever the force commander or force headquarters tells them to go and deploy. So that's how I can respond. I don't know about other countries. I won't be able to, and it's not good on my part to comment on that. The second question was about the care responsibilities, and how I spoke about that women have a special requirement of, because they have children, they have elder parents, and in most of our traditional societies, that responsibility falls on the women. But let me give you an example of our police contingent in Liberia. And they continued for many years, 6-7 years, starting from 2007. And all those police personnel who were there, that all women unit, they were all, most of them were mothers. Most of them had parents. Most of them had children, and they were there for 1 year, 6 months on a tour of duty. So I think eventually you look at your own family support, and it works. It definitely works. Okay, so we have exhausted with 3 questions. Any more questions? We still have time, fortunately, today. Yes.
Hello, sir. I am Padma, pursuing BA Pol Science Honors from Delhi University. So my question is, when I saw the topic gender diversity, I was expecting that apart from men and women, there would also be others who would also be discussed, like LGBTQ+, because they also come under the perspective of gender diversity, because we have advanced that much that we are also talking about that. But the thing is that when we see these kind of diversities, they are more intersection that comes. They are women, maybe they are youth, and now they are come under the LGBTQ category. So they are not, their voices are much more marginalized than the women itself who are coming on the table. So how UN peacekeeping forces, and they are trained, to deal with these kind of diversity within the gender? Thank you.
Okay, one more question. Okay, I'll take on this question. Pretty tricky question, I must say, because I don't think we have in our Indian Armed Forces, we got any such, special provision or SOPs. And in USA, US Army tried, the Marines tried, and the Trump came back, and you know what is happening there. UN, I'll be very honest, I have no idea that if they got any such SOP or clauses that if people from other inclination they want to join, and how do you absorb them, and how do you look after them? So I think being from an army, I only look at black and white. It's very difficult. I'm not aware of a UN policy on that. I mean, there are some UN experts sitting there. If they can make a mention. Leader, sir? Sir,
Okay. I
Yeah.
think,
political
listen,
leadership and military.
yeah.
I could have asked.
Firstly, I want to make a point. In the Women and Peace Security agenda, after 1325 was 1820. Okay. And I contributed to the resolution of 1820. 1820 is the first time the peacekeepers were brought into the women's security zone. There was a lot of hesitation on it because they said it's not a military job, it is not this job. And the wording of the thing is such that yes, you cannot go and protect women peacekeepers, but you cannot be oblivious to the violence going on also. You know, people started arguing, how can we stop women violence? How can we stop that? I say, no, you cannot stop it, but you can very well create an environment in which people are aware. You know, some of the aspects have been coming out because the awareness is totally missing. And the first part, I don't know why we don't talk about 1820. The start of the military awareness programs of gender sensitivity and women peace and security is 18, right? That is a very, very slippery slope. I'll keep away from there.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Yes. See, we require, seasoned peacekeepers to take it on.
You see, I would only like to say one thing. Firstly, this overall topic is very good. But I would like to mention that peacekeeping or the peacemaking and others is not really addressing all problems of the world. It is not. It is basically focused on maintaining, firstly, making peace, then keeping peace, and then building peace. Now, in that, if we bring all kinds of topics of, let's say, whatever that young lady has mentioned, then all medical issues and various other kinds and all, I think it will not be fair to this topic itself. I think a lot has been done as far as participation of women in the United Nations peacekeeping operations and the rest of the fields wherever UN is involved. As far as are looking after or are providing help to the marginalized section of society and the various UN organization, WHO, and various other organizations, I think they are doing a great job. And there are a lot of women in it. Then your various NGOs, they have a lot of women. In fact, they are the ones who are the mainstay, MSF. I think you have, the women are good. They are essential to some portions of the job which a peacekeeper is required to do. And this realization is there with every force commander, with every SRSG. At least I had one when I was a force commander. I think it would be unfair to really say that we need to see at the percentages and then go into this. The issue here is not about percentages. Issue here is how do we do our job the best, in which Women can be force multipliers in a number of fields, and they must be put, even if it needs to be more than the percentage that you ideally would have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I'll attempt to answer your slippery question because I've worked in international agencies and I have been heading HR. So the question which you raised is an HR policy matter, and UN and World Bank have DEI strategies. So diversity, equity, inclusion, which also take care of not just LGBTQ, but other in other groups for inclusion. So that is an HR initiative in all the organizations, not just as peacekeeping. So that is central to their HR policies, if that answers your question.
Okay, Gunjan.
Thank you so much for giving me the floor, Colonel Sharma, to join the chorus of voices that is trying to tackle this allegedly slippery slope. I think I would like to take this opportunity to clarify some terminology, both to the person who asked this question and also to a generation who may not necessarily be intimately familiar with this terminology. I think yes, I will take inspiration from General Litter, who vetoed a question yesterday. I'm not going to go so far as to veto it, but only say that I don't think the difference between gender and sexuality has been appreciated in asking this question. The question of gender, who you are, is not the same as the question of sexuality, who you love. And in the abbreviation of LGBTQIA, I think it's an unfair question to paint the entire queer community with the same brush and say that this becomes a question that comes within the broader rubric of gender identity. But I will winnow down this question and say, if we are talking about the LGBTQIA community within the context of gender diversity, it would be fair to raise the question of the third gender, which is transgenders, a community of people who has been very much legitimately recognized and given a proper legal status, at least in the Indian legal system. I can't speak for other legal systems, at least on this question. And perhaps even that question may be a bit premature to be put to armed forces, which are still struggling with the inclusion of women in the armed forces. So admittedly, there is a long way to go, not just in the inclusion of the queer community, and of course, civil society has to pick their battles one at a time. I don't think it's practical or even strategic to be trying to bunch together a number of issues that have different implications in different contexts. And I will stop at that without letting this become a lecture on gender and sexuality. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Gunjan. We require some support, just two of us trying to, one for YPS and other one for WPS. Somebody wanted to ask a question. Okay. Yep.
A very good morning, sir. My name is Advocate Paritesh Royal, an international and constitutional lawyer for India. My only question, as you were talking about, the Gen Z movements that are going on, and looking at the different perspectives from the South Asian and the Southeast Asian zone, rather than the African zone at this point of time, which is unknown to me at this point of time. I've seen that, the Indonesian movement was fairly based on, a peacekeeping, a peace, movement, rather than what happened in Bangladesh, Nepal, and the others alike, Sri Lanka, Pakistan, and the others. You talked about that the youth are trying to lead the movements, but is the youth also trying to destroy the, national, importance areas or national, property to become what they want in the future? I mean, is the youth responsible only for building the future or destroying the past to make the future by destroying the property, the natural heritage, the natural property? As you have seen the Supreme Court of Nepal getting destroyed, the Parliament House getting destroyed, the Bangladesh's PM House being raided and taken off. Is this what the youth is like, or is this just a sense of youth being a rebellion and going out of the way of being something else? That's my question, sir. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Any other question? You can take a couple of. Okay, I'll attempt to respond to this. Once upon a time in Britain, it used to be off with the head, and you've been a uh, British cadet force cadet. So it used to be just simply off with head of this and off with head. Then revolutions started happening, and to come closer, 60s, 70s revolutions nearly succeeded 40% of the time. That is the statistics which shows. But present revolutions led by youth or whosoever, the success rate is about 8 to 9%. It's not very high because a regime gets replaced uh, by another regime. Uh, youth, uh, till initial movements everywhere, if you study, they were very positive. They were frustration and all. But then that movement invariably gets hijacked by political interests. I won't talk about the foreign powers come in and they have their own interests because everybody has interest in some area or other. Bangladesh movement, we know that how it was linked up to various foreign powers. I won't name those in this forum. So that is where the problem starts happening. So I won't go with the argument, fully with the argument that it is only destruction. Sometimes destruction is also very essential for creation, new creation. That is what IT field talks about, that you destroy the old one and then that's how Windows have been rising and everything has been changing. But yes, I personally believe that if youth movement becomes a mob, it will lead to destruction. But if it remains as a group, like in Nepal, for some time, there was a destruction. I mean, there was a hotel which had a basement, which had a lot of diamonds and gold and all, and that these guys surrounded and they looted all that and then destroyed that hotel. Hotel belonged to ex-prime minister or something like that. So that means there was some inside information. But the wait started and within no time it stopped. And as I said, just 1 week back, I was there. You can't make out, except by looking at the buildings which have been burned, Parliament House and Supreme Court and 2 police stations and all. You feel everything is hunky-dory. So that means that youth were able to achieve whatever limited objectives they had. So somewhere it has succeeded, but mostly it gets hijacked by some other political, agendas, and also it's a dangerous slope. Indonesia has been going on for quite some time. Madagascar, but in Kenya, actually it is the youth who supported the peace plan and then came forward. So it's a 50-50, but you have to, that means the youth, young people's aspirations must be met. And in our country, Prime Minister and everybody, they keep talking about it. They engage the youth in a very constructive manner. That is the only way. Yep. Yes, sir. Please.
I just got some thoughts, and I would maybe Ambassador Mukherjee here and General Leader and you would like to comment. You see, we talk about protection of civilians, and at the core of it is protection of children and protection of women. And we know what is happening in Sudan, Somalia, and all, everybody knows it. Now, is there a case that we somehow formulate a concept of local guards within the women, local women there, and met peacekeepers, particularly women there, and create that as the first line of defense? Can this system be institutionalized together with the local communities and also say organizations like African Union so that they have a stake in it? Is it feasible or it is a very far-fetched idea?
No, I suppose it's quite feasible, and in many places it has been tried. It has been tried. We have in JNK, we used to have that village. Yeah, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Well, community policing has been advised and advocated and tried. We tried it in Sudan too. The whole aim and thought process is very noble and it should happen. What happens, what happened in this particular case, the community disarmament program started, and I learned the harder way. I joined that program because the SPLA, etc., told me that can you get the communities, can you do that? Sadly, I did not know the ethnic loyalties between the police forces elsewhere. What they did, a particular village was totally disarmed. And the military got into it. We opened their truck, deposited the ammunition, etc. Next time when I visited that place, which was after a few months, there was hell to play for me. And they said, you're the biggest villain we've ever come across. So I said, what happened? Now, what they had done is, in an area where tribes and other areas are controlled like Sudan, there's oil there, etc. The local interests far exceed the overall national interests and things like that. And till we get a sort community, what happened? We lost the weapons also. Where the whole system of a community program and giving gender a more robust role has to come to a level where there is a sense of security, which is both by the host station and elsewhere. Also, this is a very good concept, I can tell you that. Finally, people should come in for it. But I think it needs a level of stabilization, or number one. Number two, the locals transcending tribal loyalties, which unfortunately is not the case. It is very, very tribal oriented, and you cannot segment geography. Sudan was a typical example. Even in Darfur and Abyei and elsewhere, I'll talk about some of it. It is so segmented, even within a state, that you travel from one state to another. It's a different territory, different area and all that. So how do you actually, his thought is very good, how do you actually now initiate this in a small bit piece, but it fails. It failed in Sudan, I told you, etc. So again, very good. But I think I will talk about the peace building later on. When from stabilization phase, you get into transition towards development stage, perhaps that is the entry point for such an initiative. But initiative, I agree with you. Women have to be involved when we talk in entirety. Absolutely. Like here also you find in our country, increasingly women police officers are being put everywhere because they are able to relate more, etc. Even the men feel more confident when women peacekeepers are around there, and the women policemen also. So I think it has to be totally gone to, but I think the stage has to be set for that, for such a thing to come. I don't know. If somebody has other experiences, I'll be happy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. My experience of a mission is that everybody in the village had AK-47s and they had mines. So in the night, we came to know because there were a lot of people getting injured, mine blast and all. I said, there's no fighting going on. How the hell are they blowing up their legs? In the night, the villagers will get together. They will plant few claymore mines and other mines around the houses to protect themselves from the rebels who will come. So they had created their own system, which was actually, creating problems to them. We have reached our time limit, and we'll stop here. I think great discussion. I will not read out the entire summary of it. I will just read out the para 1 of resolution 1325. Urges member states to ensure increased representation of women in all decision-making bodies at national, regional, international institutional level for the prevention, management, and resolution of conflict. Now, this is the first clause. So somehow we always think WPS is only for peacekeeping. It is not. It is national level. And that's why I was talking about National Action Plan, and African Union and ASEAN Forum have their regional action plans. So thank you very much. I think my panel members really brought out a lot of aspects, and most importantly, the questions asked by the audience, amazing questions, and we were able to generate a good discussion. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Colin Sharma, the Mayor, And Ms. Kanta, she had to leave urgently. Thank you very much for highlighting the aspects related to gender diversity and focusing main on the women, peace and security and the youth. May I request Ambassador Mukherjee to come on the stage to facilitate the panelists. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We, with this, we break for the tea, and I'll request everybody to be seated here by 11:25. We'll start the next session.
Each one we did something. That is the other. Once. Backstage देखें एक बार. पीछे जा सामने एक बार.
I will, when my turn comes, take a.
हाँ जी हो जाएगा. That's it. बॉटल आएगी ना वो लेके आए यार ये है लेटर की प्रेजेंटेशन है रेडी है ना हाँ बस हाँ उन्होंने रखवाया है क्योंकि बॉटल
11:50. Please settle down. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Now we start for the concluding session of this forum, that is primacy of politics and conflict management. Peacekeeping cannot be a substitute for the politics. Lasting peace demands addressing the root causes of conflict through dialogue, reconciliation, and equitable governance. Amidst the growing violent conflicts, activities of many non-state actors, political violence and diminishing focus on the political process, diminishing focus on the political process has alienated various local and civil society interests. On the other hand, military spending is increasing unprecedentedly, while funding for the non-military approaches to the conflict management is declining drastically, often at the expense of humanitarian aid, development assistance, and social program and human security. The concept of primacy of politics gained particular importance with the release of HIPPO report in 2015 and Action for Peacekeeping Declaration in 2018. Primacy of politics emphasizes pursuing a negotiated settlement to the armed conflict as a foremost priority for a peace operation. Although the primacy of politics is often associated with the national level conflicts, but it is equally crucial for addressing the communal conflicts. Additionally, absence of necessary political will to ensure respect for implementation and application of IHL is also adding fuel to the fire. Mediation and negotiation remain one of the most effective methods where a third party assists aggrieved party with their consent to prevent, manage, or resolve a conflict by helping them develop a mutually acceptable agreements. Premise of mediation is that given the right environment, conflicting parties can improve their relationship and move towards cooperation. But ad hoc and poorly coordinated mediation effort, even when launched with the best of interest, may not advance the goal of achieving durable peace. To steer the discussion today on this subject, we have someone with a very vast UN experience and who was in the hot seat during the crisis situation. And he is Ambassador Ashok Mukherjee, a well-known Indian diplomat, besides holding various important diplomatic assignments, was a successful permanent representative of India to the United Nations. During his tenure, he has successfully spearheaded the acceptance of Indian proposal to declare 21st June as the International Yoga Day in the record time of 75 days. He convinced the UN for launching a virtual memorial wall in the memory of Indian fallen UN peacekeeper, which is highest among the troop contributing countries. And this was in 2015. And the current initiative of the UN General Assembly to construct a memorial wall for the UN peacekeeping in the UN headquarters was also the initiative which he has mooted at that time. Currently, he is a senior fellow of the Diplo Foundation established by the government of Malta and Switzerland. His book, he has 7 books to his credit, but his book, India and UN 1945-2015, a photo journey, was quite important because it has the complete details along with the photograph. And this book was presented by Prime Minister Modi to the Secretary General Ban Ki-moon in September 2015. Besides moderating, he will be discussing the importance of primacy of politics, political solutions to political problems. Other panelists Jan Leader, I don't think you need any introduction at this stage with his interactive session with everyone. He will be covering the mediation and negotiation in the peace building. And finally, Sandeep Bali, head of the prevention ICRC, a veteran from Indian Navy, served earlier as Deputy Director of National Maritime Foundation. He is analyst of the International Institute of Human Law, San Remo, Italy, and Indian Society of International Law, Delhi. He specializes in international humanitarian law, international human rights law, law of armed conflict at sea, and maritime security operations. He will share his views on the respect for IHL as a pathway to peace. So over to Ambassador Mukherjee.
Thank you. If my co-panelists allow, I will speak from the lectern there. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Good morning to all of you. This is the last session of our conference, but I think that we've really been enriched by the previous sessions, which enables us to come to the theme of this session, which is the primacy of politics and peacekeeping and in conflict management. And I'm really happy that to have two distinguished co-panelists with me. To start this panel discussion, I thought of putting before you a framework of what is meant by the primacy of politics in resolving political problems in the UN, which have created the need for UN peacekeeping. So it's not going to be the problems of the whole world, but it's going to be focused on the problems which have required the UN through its Security Council to mandate the deployment of peacekeepers. And in this, I think the central commitment of the United Nations is contained in Chapter 6 of the UN Charter, which talks of the pacific settlement of disputes, the peaceful settlement of disputes. It's important to remember that because in the world we live in today, and even if you look at the tangential references to the United Nations, there is very little of this perspective. The perspective that dominates is the perspective of war, of more weapons, of civilians being uprooted and destroyed by conflicts. And there's less and less reference to the peaceful settlement of disputes, which is the central message of the United Nations Charter and the central commitment of the United Nations member states. The journey of UN peacekeeping, I feel, can be looked at in a historical perspective in three phases. The first attempt in 1948 was to bring a peace between Israel and the Arab states in the first Arab-Israeli war. And the Security Council in October 1948 decided to deploy peacekeepers to monitor the armistice agreement following the 1948 Arab-Israeli war. In that resolution, the Security Council deployed unarmed military observers. So these were unarmed military observers whose job was to supervise the ceasefire, to prevent escalations, which is probably today we would look at as a policing job, and to help maintain the peace. This was meant to create the space for political attempts to resolve the Palestinian question, as it was called then, and in which the UN had unfortunately undergone a very traumatic experience when in May 29th, 1948, the UN envoy, a Swedish diplomat called Count Folke Bernadotte, had been assassinated by the right-wing Israeli gangs, including a person who later became Prime Minister of Israel. So this was the background of what happened in 1948 and why these peacekeepers were deployed. They were deployed as observers. And in 1950, when the first major armed conflict began in the Korean Peninsula, the question of observers was not in the mind of the United Nations and its organs. And instead, the United Nations was faced by a Security Council in which there was already the impact of the Cold War, of the armed confrontation. 1949, NATO had been created in April 1949. The Soviet Union was preparing to counter NATO and would eventually go on in 1955 to create the Warsaw Pact. But there was a period of unease, of lack of trust among the permanent members. So the question of deploying observers was not really on the table. And instead, the UN Security Council, in a move that was supported by a large number of member states in the General Assembly, decided to create a United Nations command. But since, as we heard in the morning, also the United Nations didn't have its own army, there were requests for countries to contribute either troops or medical assistance for this United Nations command. And all of you here know the story of the Indian contribution of the ambulance brigade, which was sent to Korea. Its job primarily was to assist both the United Nations command, which was led by the United States, as well as to assist the South Korean government in this confrontation between North and South Korea. Now, that confrontation, therefore, saw the deployment of in a situation of belligerence, not of observers, but as party to the conflict, as a belligerent. And once the Chinese supported North Korea and pushed back the United Nations command, they eventually settled at the 38th parallel, which till today is the border between North and South Korea. And there is no peace treaty, therefore there's no peace to keep. There is no United Nations peacekeeping in that sense in the Korean Peninsula. And by the time all this happened, it was already 1954, 53, middle of 53, 54. So the next crisis that came on the table of the Security Council was in 1956, when Britain and France decided to act militarily against the decision of Egypt to nationalize the Suez Canal. And that created the Egyptian the conflict between Egypt and two of the permanent members of the Security Council. And that was when the United Nations decided to deploy its first time peacekeepers as armed peacekeepers in a peacekeeping operation called UNEF, United Nations Emergency Force 1. And I mention all this because there is an Indian footprint in each of these. I mentioned about the role of the Indian medical mission in South Korea, but in UNEF, you had a very proactive participation of Indian soldiers under the UN flag. And in fact, several of them distinguished themselves in subsequent assignments in the UN peacekeeping firmament. Two or three names come out. The most institutional of them is of General Inder Rikhi, who was a commander of the contingent, Indian contingent in UNEF, and who was picked up by Dag Hammarskjöld as to be the first military advisor of the UN Secretary General, a post he occupied for almost 10 years until he retired at the end of 1969. But the reason I mention this is because people who then became part of the armed deployment of troops under the UN flag then contributed to using their experience on the ground to the development of the principles of UN peacekeeping. How would peacekeeping be effective? And the three cardinal principles, of which you have heard no doubt many times during this conference in the past, and I suppose in our panel as well, of impartiality, of deployment with the consent of the host government, and of the use of force in defense of the mandate. These were the three principles that were distilled from the experience of UNEF 1 and onwards. So, it's not something that was only related to UNEF 1, but that got crystallized over a period of the last 60 odd years. Now, so the Arab-Israeli situation continues to fester. It has not been solved. So politically, it has not succeeded. The situation in the Egypt part of it, bringing in the Arab neighbors of Israel, that also continues. It has not really stopped. It continues to fester. So the primacy of politics in this context has not really been asserted. And one of the reasons why the primacy of politics has not been asserted is because of the use of vetoes by the permanent members to promote and protect their own national point of view and their national interest in this particular West Asian conflict and conflicts. Today, there are so many of them around in West Asia. But that did not mean that the UN gave up on Chapter 6 and on the need to resolve disputes through peaceful means. And there are three examples between 1958 and 2005, which I just give you as an example of when the primacy of politics was asserted through UN peacekeeping. The first example is 1958. In June, there was a complaint about interference in the internal affairs of Lebanon by Syria. It was brought to the Security Council. The Security Council deployed a peacekeeping force. There's a very complicated history of that, but the short point is that the Security Council also authorized the deployment of a team of negotiators led by the Secretary General. That team included an Indian, Rajeshwar Dayal, who was ambassador to the United Nations and later became special representative of the UN in Congo. And that team of negotiators, three of them, they succeeded in persuading Lebanon and Syria to come to a compromise solution. And by November, Lebanon wrote a letter to the Security Council saying that they had reached an agreement, a political agreement, and there was no more need for the UN peacekeeping mission. The mission itself was wound up by the end of December 1958. And the issue of the complaint of Lebanon was removed from the agenda of the Security Council. It's very useful to recall this because there are conflicts which are brought to the Security Council, but then once they appear on its agenda, they never go out. And there are some issues relating to India as well, like the Kashmir issue, which has never been taken out. So Lebanon was one. Namibia was the second, 1979 to 1990. It's a long story, but here too, the deployment by the Security Council of a peacekeeping mission in 1978. Eventually, that mission was led by an Indian force commander, General Dewan Prem Chand, and that mission enabled the politics of bringing independence to Namibia to succeed through the efforts of Matti Ahtisaari, the Finnish statesman. And Namibia became an independent country in March 1990. So again, peacekeeping played a very big role in enabling the political solution of the problem. And the third is Timor-Leste or East Timor, which became independent of Indonesia and voted to become an independent country. And here too, the Security Council deployed two peacekeeping missions. First, to enable the transition out of Indonesian influence, and second, to set up the government of East Timor itself. And here too, there was an Indian footprint. The SRSG was Kamalesh Sharma, later became the Secretary General of the Commonwealth, succeeded by Dr. Atul Khare, whom a lot of you know as one of the pillars of UN peacekeeping in New York even till today. So these were three examples which showed the primacy of the political settlement through peacekeeping. And I think that the stories of these peacekeeping missions must be known more widely because the other stories of the failures of peacekeeping are very well known. Now, I had the opportunity, and there was a reference made by General Goswami to the HIPPO report, the High-Level Independent Peace and Operations report. of meeting the members of the panel and of talking several times with President Ramos Horta of Timor-Leste, who was the chairman of the panel. And he told me during our discussions that the reason the peacekeeping mission in Timor-Leste or East Timor succeeded was because it had been given a fixed date for departure. It was not an open-ended deployment. It was a deployment with a date finite. It had a shelf life. And he, as part of the new leadership of Timor-Leste, had committed that we will take responsibility for running our country when the UN goes. So give us that opportunity as well. So that was how, by 2005, when the peacekeeping mission left East Timor or Timor-Leste, the political structure that took over that country was able to exercise the primacy of politics and to take the advantage of peacekeeping. And in the Hippo report, there is a refrain throughout the report when you read it of the need for maintaining the primacy of politics. Peacekeeping is not seen as an end in itself. Peacekeeping is a tool to reach a political settlement. Now, in the UN Charter, the political settlement is dominated by the veto power of the permanent 5 members given to them under Article 27, paragraph 3. And behind that veto power is a principle of international relations called the principle of great power responsibility. Now, this was the principle which was used by the United States, China, and to a certain extent, France and the USSR to convince the other states negotiating the UN Charter to agree to the veto. They said that we will always act together in a responsible manner as great powers to ensure peace and security. Now, we know the history. By 2015, the principle of great power responsibility was fracturing, and today it is shattered. It does not exist anymore in the UN Security Council. There's a confrontation between these permanent 5 members, and their views of the veto is reflective of their own national interests. It's no longer the interest of the United Nations and its charter. And I think that there are good examples to illustrate what this means on the ground. There are 2 areas where there have not been really peacekeeping missions deployed, but where the decisions of the United Nations Security Council, which under Article 25 of the Charter are binding. That's the only part of the Charter that is a binding commitment legally on all countries that have ratified the UN Charter. So the decisions are to be accepted by all countries once the decision is taken. And in both the conflict situations that have been referred to in this conference, you would notice that in the case of both Ukraine and Gaza, the decisions of the Security Council do exist but have not been implemented. In the case of the Arab-Israeli dispute, United Nations Resolution 242 of 1967, the original framework for peace, required the withdrawal of military occupation back to the 1967 borders. That continues to be flouted. In the case of Ukraine, Resolution 2202 of February 2015 required the implementation of the Minsk agreements, which were the political solution to the Ukraine crisis. That was never implemented. And what I think is a reflection on the UN today is that no one has been held to account. That there's an impunity demonstrated by the great powers in not implementing resolutions of the Security Council. And that is a reason why there is a lot of darkness on the horizon as far as the future deployments of the UN peace operations are concerned. Now, I have examples from ongoing peace missions, there are 11 of them, where this has affected the primacy of politics, and which in a sense has resulted in these missions getting bogged down more and more into just keeping the peace. But as someone said about one of these missions, why are we being deployed where there is no peace to keep? It is an unfair burden being placed on the troops under the UN flag. in these missions. General Litter will speak more on that, but I just thought of ending with a reference to what is the implication for the future of UN peacekeeping in this context of the primacy of politics. Now, one is that there is a complete shattering of great power responsibility. Therefore, the role given to the permanent 5 members to take decisions on UN peacekeeping needs to be reviewed. And I would argue, having worked in the UN system, that the decisions on UN peacekeeping must go into the broader Committee on Peacekeeping or the General Assembly. It cannot be held hostage to the individual national interests of these 5 countries who have the veto. Because not only does it affect the troops, but it also affects the populations whom the troops are being asked to protect. And therefore, it can't be taken as lightly as an intellectual exercise. It's a human exercise. It's a human issue. And the second trend is that because the UN Security Council is ineffective, because nobody listens to it anymore, there's a saying that nature abhors a vacuum. And in the case of the Security Council's legal responsibility of maintaining peace, international peace and security, that vacuum is being filled up by 2 kinds of forces, entities, call you what you will. One is a non-UN military alliance, such as NATO, which tested the water in Afghanistan. It took the mandate given by the Security Council for an international security assistance force. There was no mandate given to NATO in Afghanistan. NATO became the leader of the ISAF. So it was a de facto usurpation of the mandate. And then they left Afghanistan high and dry by withdrawing suddenly in August 2021. And half of the population of Afghanistan, its women, are today basically locked up with no right to education, no right to self-employment, and so on. The second entity, which is now making itself visible, and I think General Bardula and others have spoken of it, are the private military contractors. These are now trying to assume a role that the Charter only gives to the Security Council and its member states. And in Haiti, the gang suppression force mandate, which was approved by the Security Council a few weeks ago, is a portent of a very dangerous challenge facing the integrity not only of UN peacekeeping, but of the United Nations itself. Because if international peace and security is to be outsourced to private military contractors, then I think there's really a need for reviewing the UN Charter. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you. Well, General Leader, I think I've set the stage for you. If you'd like to. Orders will be made. Yeah, thank you. Slide, please. Slideshow.
Okay. It's always a very great honor to be with Ambassador Mukherjee. I always consider him one of the best diplomats ever, if not the best, India has produced on his face. And I've insisted on it right through. He's a man of few words, but what he has done in New York in the PMI, I am aware to a lot of other people where there's a lot of showmanship, but that is the way he is. Coming to the subject proper, the photograph on your extreme right, yes, the physical, is the physical voting for the South Sudan referendum at Juba. Just few months before there, gentleman next to me is Kalal Ibrahim. He was the chairman of the South Sudan Referendum Commission, whom as an institution and I in the personal capacity worked very closely. And next to him is Hele Menkerius, who was the SRSG. There was a very strange division of labor in Sudan that Hele Menkerius was based in Khartoum. And when I deployed as deputy SRSG, I was deployed in Juma with nearly an autonomous authority on South Sudan. Yet I was the deputy SRSG. The extreme left photograph includes two important personalities. One is Jimmy Carter, of course, late, and one is Lakhtar Brahimi, whom you must have heard about the Brahimi report that he has written. And in the center are the Misriya tribals, which I will talk about as a case study. Okay. Is it working? काम कर रहा है? Huh? I have to switch it on?
Yeah, no,
that's what happens with infantryman with technical things. Okay. The concept of conflict has changed, and you must understand your role in the new environment that has come. Because if you deploy in a theoretical concept that you were taught or earlier, you will head for trouble. The whole concept of conflict and post-conflict has changed. It's blurred. For the peace development point of view, finally, it must land up in sustainable peace where local stakeholders are the owners. If you have not done that, no peace commission has actually succeeded. Now, in that period between conflict to sustainable peace, you go through three phases: the stabilization, the transition, and the long-term development. It is very necessary for the peacekeeping mission to understand how it fits in this continuum. Because, and what is your entry point? And what is your transiting point? And why do you exit? And I say, because of this conflict, the peacekeeper is today triple-hatted. You're a peacemaker, you're a peacekeeper, and you're a peace builder. A lot of people problems on either of them, and that's why you land up in trouble. Because if you land up in a typical military tactical template, insisting on patrolling and all, which is also your task, but do not understand your role into the overall peace process, what Ambassador Mukherjee brought out, a lot of military actions actually result counterproductive to what they are. So please remember, in whatever role you deploy, whether it's peacemaking, peacekeeping, or peace building, your action is actually contributing towards that role. There was an issue about peace building earlier. The humanitarian people had reservations about the military peacekeepers. There was a thing called humanitarian space, about CIMIC, about winning hearts and minds. That's all history of the past. Today, the humanitarian community and the peacekeepers understand it, and also in the peace building spectrum, how the military can actually integrate itself with both the political pillar and the humanitarian on the ground is important. Right. The Birth of South Sudan, 9 July 2011, authored by me in the USI Journal 2 years back. Read it for those of you who are going there, how actually South Sudan on the political side was given birth. In the center is a gentleman called Salva Kiir. He is present president of South Sudan, a tall Dinka actually thrown into leadership by sheer default. This comprehensive peace agreement was signed between Dr. Garang, who was actually the founder of the SPLA, South Sudan's People's Liberation Army, and Vice President VP Taha of Khartoum. In the CPA, although there was a 6-year period to land up in a referendum, there is a clause called making unity attractive. There was an understanding, I understand, between Dr. Garang and Vice President Taha that finally we will land up in a situation where South Sudan doesn't have to really secede and will become part of a more autonomous sort of a system. I could never get the true picture out of this at all because Dr. Garang had died. But immediately Salva Kiir was pushed into the chair, and that has been Salva Kiir's biggest problem of a typical rebel leader who could never actually grasp the political issues, and he still behaves militarily. Top chap, Riek Machar, newer, fought against Salva Kiir in the complete battle. Actually, Riek Machar, if you read about the White Army and the Upper Nile State, bulk of the oils is controlled by the News, fought against Salva Kiir as a proxy war against the Sudanese armed forces. They came together, etc., but the old baggage was very, very heavy. And that was very obvious whenever I meet the gentleman. That's Ban Ki-moon down below. And there's an interesting photo you have on the left side again of two great peacekeepers this world has produced, Jimmy Carter I talked about, and Kofi Annan, who admittedly I feel were the best Secretary General we ever produced. Moving ahead, mediation and negotiations. Ambassador Mukherjee talked about political primacy. I'm talking about political inclusivity. Political primacy is a theoretical subject. On the ground, when you land up, there are a number of players. regional players, international community, even the local. Unless you look at the whole political process inclusive, from the regional point of view, who shed their regional interests and start working towards a common cause, and also the host nation, which gets that. Did not happen in South Sudan, because Salva Kiir always thought himself a Dinka more than a Nuer. And South Sudan mission, even today, could never reconcile the differences between the president and the vice president, because the president always thought he's a Dinka, and the vice president always thought he's a Nuer. Number two, whole of nation approach. We've been talking about number of communities, women and all. The nation is far beyond the government there. The mission must understand that. Although you have a mandate to work with the government, but you must go far beyond that to reach out. There are communities, there are groups, there are a whole lot of actors there, NGOs, etc. When you go there, build relationship for a whole of nation approach. Outreach rather. 3 initiatives in South Sudan, which have now become best practice in the UN. Temporary operating base. There was nothing like on that. The patrols used to go and come back. When the first temporary operating base was deployed by me in South Sudan, a lot of hackles were raised. New concept had come, Indian concept in the NATO, etc. Think of the past. A temporary operating base is now defined concept of peacekeeping. It really means you cannot put your footprint everywhere. You must deploy temporarily at a place where the requirement is of any activity and withdraw from there, etc. Number 2, joint patrolling. I remember when I first started joint patrolling, because I come from the military, 2-3 guys told me, they said, general patrolling is a military term. I said, sorry, sir, you're wrong. Patrolling is a generic term for everybody. Everybody goes on a patrol. And we started joint patrols increasingly. What happens if you don't go on a joint patrol? You have firstly waste of resources, because there are many people going all over and reporting separately in their silos, and you land up with a whole lot of information which is at crossroads. And mostly it's a turf war or the people were fighting each other. Number 3, of course, is formal and informal community dialing. We've been talking about communities. We started some very good steps about informal community dialogue. There was a radio Mariah, which was a UN radio. And I used to go both as a part of ceasefire and with community, sit down with them. And you'll be surprised, people dialed and people listened to it. So please, it is not only what you heard is important, all these resolutions, etc. But when you get on the ground, please develop your informal networks with all the communities and build relationships. Mission country team integration. I will talk about it because that lies at the very heart of how you proceed in the previous thing. The mission is there for a short while and it must hand over. I had the advantage. I was perhaps the only chap who was deployed in Juba with the complete authority, including coordinating the humanitarian activity on the safety and security, which is called the designated official. In the UN mission, the security is managed through a security management team, of which the head is the designated official, which I was lucky, so I could do that. Quickly now, how many minutes have I taken?
You've taken 5 minutes.
5. Okay, so I have some time for storytelling. Story 1. ICC indicted Kordofan Wali Ahmed Haroon. The ICC indicted both President Omar Bashir as well as 2 of his generals, and one of them was a chap called Ahmed Haroon, who was the governor, they're called Wali of southern Kordofan. I was there as a force commander when this happened. We didn't even know whether we shunted out. The first time in the UN mission that you find the president, etc., indicted. But they were very nice. They accommodated us. I developed good relations to Ahmed Haroon, as good friends, because you're military people and military people there. Fast forward. I'm there as deputy SRHG, and trouble broke out in Abyei with the Misriya tribes. I talked to him, and they said, a lot of them, that he's the only guy who has extreme influence in the Misriyas. I went and met Ahmed Haroon. He says, I'm ready to go, but you chaps have sidelined me at this and that. I said, will you go if I fly you? He said, of course, I will. So I was the head of the mission that time. The SRG was on leave. I ordered the helicopter, and I flew with Ahmed Haroon, an ICC indicted individual, into Abyei. Before I landed, world had broken on all the channels all over the world. And the first call I came, just be leader, please stop all activity and speak to the UN headquarters. So then satellite phone and Gohen over the Deputy SRG. He said, where are you? I said, I'm in Abbey. And he said, what are you doing there? I said, part of the mediation negotiations. And he said, are you with them? I said, 100% I am. And I said, out here, and I'll flash images. He says, please, will you send the code cable here now, straight away? I said, code cable, I can only send when I send to Khartoum, but I will stick with it. There is a clause for all of you, I can tell you. If you follow the rule book that is on black and white, you don't have to break the rules, but please apply the rules. The UN rules allow you to do that. There are no red lines in mediation. We have Taliban becoming absolute terrorists to absolute heroes. Same thing in there. There are rebel groups. Don't classify them the way the government looks at it. Most of the time, the government itself in South Sudan has the problem. The SPLA has been creating more problems than the other groups. Please understand there are no red lines in mediation. Please try and reach out as much as you can. Story 2, roadblock in Avail. The oil area of Abyei is most critical to both the sides. And that's the reason Abyei could not be resolved. And that's why we have a separate mission sitting there called UNISFA, United Nations Stabilization Force in Abyei. When the referendum was to take place, simultaneously a referendum was to take place in Abyei, whether it wants to join North Sudan or South Sudan. So the percentage of people there between the Misrias and the Dinkas were nearly 50-50%, and different interpretations came to who the real citizen of Abyei. With the result, the referendum could not be held. And at that time, as a stopgap measure, what was actually a stopgap is now become one of the big missions called UNISFA. An Ethiopian brigade was Russian. At absolutely within 24 hours, they were in Addis. They landed up there. Anyway, as a deputy SRG now, things started going here. I was told thereafter, and I've written about it, this is all authored. In the political primacy, there was a political duality between the regional players and us. There's an African Union High Independent Panel led by South African President X. Mbeki. He took on the political role in Abyei, and I was told lay off. So I laid off. Because I went to a roadblock and physically interacted with them and lifted the roadblock, etc., getting a DS favor, which is a story by itself. Now, the Sudanese armed forces attacked Abyei. They attacked Abyei. Luckily, our post was, there were no fatalities. People were surrounded all sides and came here. Do not get cowed down, structured down to your formats. I get scared when I see these yesterday's images of people in high-tech cameras and looking at surveillance drones and all that. It's a disaster, I can tell you that. Get on the ground, meet people. The story on the ground is totally different what you're seeing in the images. And this is single point of destruction everywhere. Get out of the damn screens, I keep telling people. Move on the ground, meet people, go and talk to people. You will always hear that the good peacekeepers are coming, the human-centric face of the peacekeepers, we always say. Story 3. Now, this is interesting. This is George Athor Dengin. The SPLA's mutiny, the civil war between North and the South, transcended over a number of periods. The second civil war really started in 1993, where Dr. Garang had his favorites, and one of them was his general, General Athor. He was one of the leading figures of the SPLA, but since Salva Kiir had his own favorites, he did not give him a ticket for the elections that came. So Athor stood as an independent candidate in Bor, where there's a full battalion located of the Indian battalion, 2 battalions, I think, nearly. Athor rebelled because he didn't win as the independent, and he rebelled with a whole lot of troops of the SPLA just taking over, shooting. There was rampage in Bor for some time. The SPLA was nearly launching an attack, and to eliminate him, recapture that area. There's a very good Sri Lankan DSS officer, I remember, and I'll write to him one day. He came to me one day in the evening. He said, sir, we have to get out of this mess. I said, how do we do that? He said, I have contacts with General Athor. We are establishing contact with him. Will you mind speaking to him? I said, yeah, I don't mind speaking to him. So I spoke to General Athor, got the story short. We developed relations with General Athor, and I said I must go and meet Salva Kiir. So Athor told me that they're going to kill me. I said, sir, I can't guarantee, but if you give me that sort of leeway to move around, maybe I save it. So I asked for a meeting with President Salva Kiir. I went and met him. I said, General Athor. He said, where is he? I said, I will not tell you where he is, but he's very much alive and he's in touch with us. And there was fumes and typical Salva Kiir, etc. I said, sir, give me, you're in a hot-headed mood. Let's come and meet again. I really appealed to Salva Kiir. I said, look, he is one of your main generals. He's the man who actually started the SPLA mutiny. And you cannot just do that. He's made a mistake and all. I'm in touch with him. He's ready to forgive. And we made an arrangement sort of thing, although there's no guarantee of such arrangement, that Athor will surrender with the people and he will not be killed. Okay? Salva Kiir thought about it. He said, okay, let me see. Finally, the next day I was called to Salva Kiir. He said, okay, General, I give you a last chance. I am the president, but I don't handle the whole thing. In the evening, there is a meeting of special security of Sudan. And I will allow you to come there. It's never been done. No UN chap has been called. I walked in and I briefed. I said, you know, this is what it is and all that. Rick Machar, surprisingly, was the most hostile out of the lot. And I think he'd already made up his mind. He must have fought with him because he knew it. He said, General, if a rebel, and he straight asked me direct questions, and these questions would be asked again and again. He said, General, in the Indian army, if a general rebelled and killed number of your troops, will you forgive him? So I said, but this is not Indian army. I said, Indian army, you're getting a wrong angle. Indian army was built top down. You guys have built bottom up. From a rebels, you're trying to build an army and you're getting a totally wrong model. I said, if Indian army was built up the same way, I would do the same way. But it is not. He said, there's a logic in it. I thought I had swung it. Sadly, I had not. I was told, no, Athor is not being surrendered. Thankfully, they did not kill Athor till I left the mission. I was trying to search on the Wikipedia what happened to Athor later. I understand he was killed by them, but he was not killed that time, and that is the fear. But you know, these are the physical risks that you have to take. Beyond a certain stage, you have your personal reputation, you have your moral authority, you have a moral abrogation, you're there. If you find rules and regulations, don't go there because the conflicts are totally different. But if you're a human being and you are a person responsible towards humanity, to bring peace, you can definitely go a step extra. Let me leave it to the last initiative, the last slide that I have. Peace initiatives must mainstream the local context. What is happening is, Ambassador Mukherjee talked about Security Council, even the regional players, etc. More the number of players, more is the confusion occurring. And even the peacekeepers. Don't go and talk to the local people at all. And that's why the problems come in. You have fixed things, you have fixed with the national capitals, you have elsewhere, you are carrying a fixed baggage, fixed template. I will do this, I will do that. I will. Just shed 1 day, 2 days, shed your damn post, walk around like we do in our own areas. Go and spend a night in the village with your people. Go and meet the community people. Go and dance with them. Go and listen to them. They will tell you what the true stories are. I'll finish it at that.
Thank you. Excellent. Thank you very much, General. Your credibility in saying what you have said is absolutely authentic. And I'm glad that you shared all these perspectives. I'll come back to them when we conclude the panel discussion. But may I request Sandeep to, yeah, you can speak for. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think since yesterday's and today's fruitful and comprehensive discussions have made us all agree, as General Leader had summed it up yesterday, that international humanitarian law is relevant and matters. And as history tells us, all the conflicts at certain point of time come to an end. And we have many instruments in the global community to bring, as was being discussed by Ambassador Mukherjee also, to the warring factions for negotiations or peace. What we want to highlight here is that respect for IHL is also a pathway for peace. Because international humanitarian law can be a first step towards building trust between parties to a conflict. By preventing atrocities, ensuring humane treatment of detainees, and protecting civilians from war's worst effects. International humanitarian law also helps create conditions conducive to dialogue and long-term stability. What it does is that it limits the destruction of critical civilian infrastructure and also reducing the human, societal, and economic toll of war. What it does, it enables faster recovery and laying a foundation for peace-building efforts. In contrast, as was very evidently discussed and deliberated yesterday, disregard for international humanitarian law increases suffering, deepens societal divisions, and is likely to make long-term peace more difficult to achieve. So that brings us to the next important question. Does international humanitarian law undermine peace or facilitates it? There have been arguments in global discussions that international humanitarian law, by institutionalizing the conduct of war, because it's law of war, legitimizes it. This is because international humanitarian law applies neutrally to the parties to the armed conflict, irrespective of the justification of their recourse to force. However, it is not that international humanitarian law causes war. The truth is that no law has ever prevented war, since the root of conflict are complex, and I think the audience here knows it much better. Importantly, international humanitarian law does not make war humane or acceptable. It simply prevents it from being worse. It plays no role in decisions to go to war. It functions only once peace fails and seeks to limit suffering until peace can be restored. Then how can IHL contribute to finding pathways to peace? IHL is not invented, as I told earlier, to bring hostilities to an end. It has the purpose of reducing human suffering when war reaches a threshold. Although there's no firm evidence as to whether wars are longer or shorter in accordance with compliance with IHL, there's a strong reason to believe, and this study that has been done, that respect for IHL supports post-conflict recovery and peace-building processes, even if indirectly. In fact, the faithful application of the law of armed conflict can bolster peace initiatives in important ways. Respect for international humanitarian law during conflict can contribute to the transition to peace by removing at least some obstacles of peacemaking. As Ambassador was mentioning, so many processes in the history of peacekeeping led by the UN. If when the wars are fought or in the conflict, if there are fewer displaced people, if the rules of law or law of war are upheld, less refugees, less destroyed homes means less effort spent on negotiating return or resettlement, better respect for legal safeguards in detention or for the prisoner of war means more clarity and simplicity in determining whom to release and when. The resolution of missing cases and the reunification of families means relief from the collective anguish and resentment that can be an unmovable obstacle to peace. Fewer war crimes mean fewer criminal investigations and argument over post-conflict justice and accountability. And as in all relationship, less cruelty in conflict means less hatred as an obstacle to resolving it. It also lowers the transaction cost of peacemaking. We all know war takes life, homes, and trust. Yes, IHL can reduce these costs. It reduces the material cost of war, limiting displacement and destruction, facilitating return and rebuilding, protecting objects indispensable to the survival of the civilian population, such as foodstuff, water sources, livestock, hospitals, schools, religious, cultural, and historic monuments, reuniting families, solving missing person cases, and decreasing collective trauma, preventing explosive remnants, enabling access to land and livelihood sooner. The law also conserves these resources and lays the groundwork of rebuilding villages, cities, and societies after the conflict is over, and also preserves some measure of economic security for the health of the population when they start their peaceful life. Uh, One of the speakers mentioned I think General Leader mentioned the humanitarian spaces and the concept of humanitarian spaces. IHL encourages the belligerent parties to create humanitarian spaces that protect victims of war, which may in the long run serve to inspire a spirit in which humanitarian agreements rather than violence becomes a trusted method underpinning future peace negotiations. For example, parties may enter into special agreements, establishment of safety and neutralized zones for cooperation in search for missing persons, for the recovery and exchange of remains of the dead, for the reciprocal release of detainees, POWs, or for temporary ceasefires to facilitate humanitarian relief or the evacuation of the wounded. These temporary measures can be first step towards building mutual trust between the belligerent parties, thereby showing ways to resolve at least part of the dispute peacefully. Another important factor is building trust through humanitarian cooperation. Even in war, international humanitarian law provides an avenue for cooperation. If agreed by all the parties to the armed conflict, humanitarian organizations like the ICRC may perform a variety of humanitarian activities under the framework of IHL. Such activities can constitute small, modest bridges to peace, talks, bringing detainees home, sharing information about missing people, accompanying members of separated families across front lines, and reuniting them with their relatives, escorting and enabling the work of humanitarian demining missions through combat zones, or conveying messages to organize ceasefires, simultaneous release of detainees, or evacuation from besieged areas. And this is quite evident what is happening today in Gaza and Ukraine. Then there's also an important part of the international humanitarian law about transitional justice and accountability. International humanitarian law helps to support peace building by providing a framework for transitional justice and accountability. On one hand, the law operates on the basis that combatants in international armed conflict are immune from prosecution for merely participating in hostilities. Also, it encourages clemency and forgiveness in the non-international armed conflicts, including an obligation of the authorities in power to endeavor to grant the broadest possible amnesties to persons who have taken direct part in the hostilities without having committed war crimes. This too is an important part of the transition to peace, restoring a measure, and also, on the other hand, IHL also seeks to support sustainable and lasting peace by providing accountability for war crimes and requiring states to investigate and prosecute them. This too is an important part of the transition to peace, restoring a measure of justice to the victims, acknowledging their suffering, contributing to trust in legal institutions, and sending a strong signal against impunity and repetition of such violence. A very important factor is that international humanitarian law, the protection continues even after the wars end. IHL application endures even after active hostilities cease. Detainees remain protected until fully released or repatriated. Families must be reunited and missing persons accounted for. Unexploded ordnance must be cleared. War crimes must be investigated and punished. This makes the transition to peace not abrupt, but guided and humane. This is a quote from our president, ICRC President Mariana. There is no contradiction between applying humanitarian restraint in warfare and working in earnest for peace. Restraint and peace are companions, not opposite. They're often mistaken for one another. Humanitarian law and peace, in fact, they support each other. Every application of international humanitarian law affirms our common humanity and brings us a little closer to peace. Even though, as said earlier, it does not prevent wars, it does provide a measure of humanity when they break out, and is crucial in modern international law's quest for international peace and security. Here, I will introduce the work stream, which was discussed quite avidly yesterday, and my colleagues also introduced the ICRC's initiative, global initiative on the international humanitarian law. And as we were discussing, to get the political will from the states for the importance of IHL and seeing the situation today with so many conflicts that are happening. And out of the 7 work stream, the 3rd work stream is the IHL and peace work stream. And this work stream has got the countries together, the states together, to identify some of the links between respect for IHL and peace, demonstrating how compliance and IHL can reduce harm and enable dialogue by preventing the violations and breaking cycles of violence that hinder peace negotiations. And also it is supporting how the states can support mediation efforts by fostering trust through humanitarian actions. To conclude, every time we reform the requirements of the IHL, we at the same time reform our common humanity. Seeing the equal worth of individuals and communities is foundational for us. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Sandeep. Very focused and to the point. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have 20 minutes for questions. I would request you to please identify yourself and pose your question to a specific person on the panel, unless you want a question which everybody should answer, in which case there'll be no more questions from others. So do restrict yourself to a single question to a single panelist if you can. Yes, General Sharma.
I think it's very fascinating to listen to all the 3 panelists. I have a question both for Ambassador Mukherjee and General Leader. Whenever we go for these meetings, all the participants there ask us one question, that why India is not asserting itself at the UN General Assembly. There are so many issues which we can actually bring to the fore and galvanize international opinion, particularly, global South. But India is very shy in pushing some of these issues. Is that justifiable or is that not justifiable? Are we really punching our weight or we are punching below our weight? I just wanted to know your opinions, particularly in regard to, initiations of discussions on the, the amendment to the charter, at least the initiation of that process and text-based negotiations and things like that. And my second question to you is, sir, that see, whenever we go anywhere, we see that most of the policy and doctrinal issues are being handled by the countries which do not have boots on ground. You have Scandinavian countries, you have many other these global alliance, and the countries who have wisdom and the wealth of operational experience, people like you, we are really not in the forefront in terms of bringing about, the best practices on one hand, and the changes which are almost overdue, keeping in view the evolving nature of the conflicts. So why is there shyness that India cannot play a more structured and institutionalized role in setting the new agenda for peace building?
Thank you. General, would you like to take the second one first and then we...
This is totally domain of Ambassador Mukherjee. Totally. In fact, I learned from him why are we doing it. We have all have thought. But let me come to the second part. You see, when in any structure or organization, when you're posted, you are being judged all the time. By your work, your contribute. We've had both sides of the story. I'll tell you very frankly. I have seen people come here and who really employ, and everybody wants them. I remember in Mozambique, there were Indian military observers, people that wanted them everywhere. And yet, without taking any names, I've had an equal share who were tick box, totally. Looking at the tenure, looking at the medal, looking at the dollars, looking at this. I'm telling you honestly. And that pains you. Because when you have now gone and deployed out here, and it shows, let me tell you, it shows to people. When I talked to the president, he used to sit around, not with the Indian contingent, other contingent. Whole lot of drama is going on. And the President Salva Kiir tell me, he said, you know what are they doing for it? You think they're doing for South Sudan? They're doing for themselves. When you get such an image into this, that you have come here to earn your thing and things like that, etc. When your organization, etc., what I understand that things are changing, absolutely. I'm in touch with Colonel T.P. Singh, who is in the PMI. I think we have come a long way. Ambassador Mukherjee will agree that in the peacekeeping training, especially, we have taken a very big lead by which we were shying away earlier, by mainstreaming the CONPK, The USI itself, between you and Goswami, in the last few years, have really cracked into the topmost think tanks, got the USG number of times here. I think this is the best way. Forget about what is happening now. We are all engines for a change, and I would always say that please get at it. We need to push it, but not push it just with voice, but with expertise and skill.
Thanks, General. I think that is a very important point. And to respond to that first question about India and the General Assembly and the profile of India, I think it depends to a large extent on what you're looking for. The UN Charter is not only peace, peacekeeping, security. It's also got two other pillars. It's got human rights. We've been talking about human rights a lot. And it's got development. I think that in India's case, since 2015, the priority pillar for India in the UN system and the General Assembly is the development pillar. Because the Indian national priority is now transformation of India through development. And peace and security becomes a supporting pillar. So it's a slightly different role than that which was played by India when we started this journey, where peace and security was considered important and probably the priority pillar. The development pillar did not exist until 1965. UNDP came into being in 1965. So the first 20 years of the UN, we only had the peace and security pillar. And India played its role in the peace and security pillar in a political sense by creating decolonization, by creating non-aligned movement, and amending the charter to get more seats in the Security Council through the General Assembly. So that was the focus. From 65 till 2015, the focus of India, or till 2005, the 60th anniversary summit, the focus of India moved into development, into getting development as the central agenda of the United Nations. It was a long journey, 40 years, but it succeeded with the SDGs. And when Prime Minister Modi attended that 2015 SDGs, that summit, he publicly said that India's priorities are aligned with Agenda 2030. And that in India created all this that we see, the Niti Aayog, the SDG dashboards, gender equality, all these things came visibly into the forefront with India's voice in it, in the UN General Assembly, but at perhaps the expense of our previous profile in peace and security. Right? It did not mean that we stopped contributing. The number of troops we've contributed have continued to be large. The money we give for the UN outreach democracy continues to be high voluntarily, but there is now a priority of development. And to that is added something that I hope the young people in the audience will take this up, is the fact, and that's again a contribution of India which has now come up, is the human rights element. And in the UN system, the human rights element is encapsulated in development. Many feel slightly strange to be told that in 1986, India was the one that galvanized developing countries for the General Assembly to adopt a declaration on the right to development. It's not in the charter in explicit terms, but it's a resolution of the General Assembly, and today it's part of international law through practice. And that declaration specifically says that development is an inalienable human right. So in the contestation that you see in the General Assembly today, there's a linkage between development and human rights. And there is a pillar of peace and security, which is not always playing a supportive role for development and human rights. And in the outcome last year of the summit of the future, you would have seen the kind of tensions between some of the major countries in the West and countries like India over this whole approach to the role of development in the United Nations system, to the extent that on the 7th of October 2024, the US delegation made a formal statement in the General Assembly saying they do not recognize the right to development as an inalienable human right. That's the challenge we have now. So, and it's a very interesting challenge. I speak openly. China is not playing a role. China has never played a role in this debate of human rights and development. They have focused on women and Beijing platform, etc. But they do not play a role in this human rights debate. It's still a space where India leads. But will India continue to lead? I do not know. I mean, that is, because things have to the fire needs to keep getting stoked. You cannot expect the fire to continue burning without fresh inputs coming in. Wait. The mic will come. Please identify yourself and then ask.
Sir, I am Colonel Dang, sir, presently on study leave. So I just want to ask you, like, as far as promoting peace, security, development, human rights index, we've been doing extremely well, like whether leadership in G20 or BRICS also. But when it comes to permanent seat in United Nations UNSC, where we stand, like where we intend to lead there?
That's to me or to General Letter?
To you.
To me. Okay. On the permanent seat, actually, it's a very simple answer. The answer is simple because the UN and the permanent seats in the Security Council are all created by the Charter, and it's a treaty. So it's not something like a declaration of the G20 which can change every year. The UN Charter does not change unless it's amended. And therefore, to have more than 5 permanent seats in the Security Council, you have to amend the Charter to create a 6th permanent seat, or a 7th and 8th and 9th. And that's where the negotiations were going up to 2017 to amend the Charter through a process of negotiation in the General Assembly of the United Nations. But from 2017, what I referred to as the fracturing of great power responsibility reflected itself in these negotiations by the great powers who have the veto rights blocking progress and blocking the focus on amending the Charter. So today, and that was one of the reasons why the Summit of the Future last year also did not come up with any fixed time frame for amending the Charter to bring in the Global South, including India, into the UN Security Council and its reform. So today, that is the challenge, that the status quo powers, the permanent 5, and some of their proxies are continuously delaying the process of amending the Charter. Until the Charter is amended, India cannot become a permanent member because there is no permanent seat. Thank you.
I have been discussing this issue with Ambassador Mukherjee at a different level. I personally feel, and these are my views, that the Security Council, the way it has gone down, there is no hope of revival. Increasingly, people have gone to the General Assembly, and the ICRC initiative is very topical. It was an education for me to address the General Assembly, and how I found various voices who were never even anywhere near Security Council on a tenure speaking out. We spent a whole day there. So many resolutions have been passed. The only problem today, General Assembly does not have that mandate to implement, which Security Council has done. But this itself today, that you have a number of countries which go to the General Assembly, and General Assembly is now passing resolution onto that. There have been a case in the past where General Assembly passed a peacekeeping force in the Suez Canal. It is the precedence before that. Somebody wrote about it, and I said, now it's a different time. But increasingly, I feel, let's not push these are my views. Let's not push the Security Council corridor. Let us get on to General Assembly, which is a far overarching thing where Global South itself is being respected, and push the General Assembly, our voice in that. These are my views.
No, I think you're right, General. And in another think tank in Delhi, the Indian Council of World Affairs, its Sapro House, we've just published a publication there, which I've in fact written. They asked me to write on empowering the General Assembly and how it can be done. And it goes back to amending the Charter, because the Assembly was to have played the role that General Leader said and heard about during the negotiations on the Charter. But it was these permanent 5 members, the 4 of them actually, France was not active in those negotiations, who prevented the power of the General Assembly and truncated it by Article 12, which says that if something is on the agenda of the Security Council, the General Assembly cannot take it on its own agenda. And secondly, that all, Article 10, all decisions of the General Assembly are recommendations. They are not legally binding, unlike the decisions of the Security Council. So these are the two provisions of the treaty that need to be amended. So the question, therefore, is, do you wait forever, or do you wait for the goodwill of the permanent five to do it, or can you do it on your own? And the answer that some of us who have studied this treaty and the charter say is that we don't have to wait, because like all good treaties, there is a review provision in the charter also, which nobody wants to talk about, Article 109. The moment I started talking about it a year ago, the Security Council report in the UN, they have a journal, they have now started a campaign against Article 109. But Article 109 is a very clear article. It gives you the right to convene a meeting to review the charter. Now, where that meeting will end up is not known. It depends on the politics and the diplomacy and the influence of nations. But at least start the review. A review can go on for 10 years, but at least it will be there. Today, there's nothing. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Sir, it is said that great power like US, China, and other countries, their purpose is not peace, their purpose is a war or disease. First they create disease, then they make medicine. Most recent was a corona. And German chancellor used to say very openly, Merkel, that it happened because of China and US. And she claimed to be $3 trillion for this loss. And USA is having more than 100 countries, their steps in different countries. So these great powers don't want peace, they don't want health, they want war and disease. That's their business, they sell their equipments. So how to resolve this great power?
Would you like to start?
Almighty.
No, the point you have made is being made in many meetings, but it needs to be made in any of these things. If you want to make a point, you also need to make it in a framework in which your point can be carried forward and harvested, can give an outcome. If I listen to you and I take your point, then I would say that this perception, this point that you made should be made in a review conference of the UN Charter. There's no point in, otherwise it's just talking in the air. I mean, you can talk forever until the cows come home, but nothing happens. But if you talk in a framework of a review conference and you make this point, and then you have a whole process of getting people to agree with your point or not agree with your point, then at least we'll reach somewhere. But unless we commit ourselves to meeting in a framework, we are going to be just talking in the air. Yes, please.
Thanks for the elucidating session. And I'm Wing Commander Vikas Kalyani. I'm Senior Fellow at CAPS. I'm not a practitioner of IHL, but it comes to my mind to ponder, and my question is to Commander Ali, that when law is binding in nature, as Ambassador also brought out, UN or IHL generally has the code of conduct. So what is being thought about changing the word from the international humanitarian law to code of conduct, because it demeans or it, diminishes the sanctity of the word law, because nobody is following it. In our country, IPC or something else, law is like punitive in nature, that if you don't do this, then there will be some repercussions. But I can understand that how it is humanitarian, also law, some the conflict of interest. So what is being thought about making it more respected and trusted and to prevent the conflicts? And in your slides, I just kept reading, it cannot prevent conflicts, it cannot prevent, but can it preempt conflict and talk to the warring parties? I believe that the state nations are not responsible or not behaving responsibly, but the non-state actors which are being funded outrightly by the nations who want the conflict to go on in the world for the industry of, so much destructive things keep on running. and we can all point out at fundings. So at least the non-state actors, are there examples in your bank, sir, to elucidate this, that IHL has actually prevented the non-state actors to go to the field before the conflict started? If you can give us some example.
So these are very good and pertinent questions. I think what I've understood is I can break down into three parts. One is you're talking about the naming of the body of law, that is, and trying to link it with code of conduct. So you're talking about international humanitarian law and code of conduct, and it is binding. So there's a history to this. This law, what we call today, that is the Geneva Convention, is two bodies of law. One is the Hague law and one is the Geneva law. So this have been merged into Geneva Conventions, and it is also known in the academic field by three names. The en vogue is international humanitarian law, but it is also known as law of armed conflict, LOAC. So it's the same thing. And then the law of war. So that is the body of law that has now been ratified by all the states, which is called the Geneva Conventions. So that is as per the naming of the law is evident. The point, what you said, it is binding and all those things. I think yesterday it was quite discussed quite fervently, and we continue to say that there is a crisis of consensus, there's a crisis of compliance, because the states are supposed to uphold this law. There's no enforcement body. Ultimately, it will come to UN or the forums where the states can have consensus. So that is one point. The second point, you said that, is there any methodology where we can assess and see if the wars are breaking out or the conflicts are happening, and then what do we do? So we call it the prevention approach. Like, I'm the head of the prevention. So prevention approach is this only: to talk to the stakeholders, the arms carrier, the influencers, the political authorities, on reminding them of their obligation of upholding international humanitarian law in case of any war or conflict that happens. Because this is coming from the concept of jus in bello, that war is a fact. So that is what is that. So prevention approach does is that we take measures, we try to engage with all the stakeholders, and training and dissemination of international humanitarian law is a part of that. That continuous training and dialogue and all these kind of seminars. This is also one of the prevention activities where we are passing messages to the right audience. And these non-state actors, there are plenty of examples. Like General Leader also mentioned yesterday, Taliban was a non-state actor. ICOC was engaging confidentially and bilaterally with them, and now they're in the government. Plenty of examples. Peace process in Colombia, when that happened, we were with the non-state actors wherever. But our dialogue, and that is why it is not generally open, because it is because of our neutral and intermediary role. We are very neutral. We don't take sides in war. So that is why the dialogue is confidential. It is bilateral with all the parties. Last year, I had covered this in this forum, the ICRC study on roots of restraint and roots of behavior. And that is what the study was, that how to influence all this non-state actors, especially on this, the international humanitarian law. And so it came out was that it was through dialogue, through community leaders and all that we are talking, and also the engagements, bilateral and confidential, so that they also maintain that minimum humanity in the conflicts which happen, and which is enshrined in the common Article 3 of the Geneva Conventions.
Thank you. Well, we've come to the end of our allotted time, and I notice the organizers are trying to get us off this stage. So thank you for those questions. The panelists are around, so in case you want to have some other questions, you can ask them the moment we come down. And now I'm in the hands of General Goswami and for the next stage. But I'd like to thank my co-panelists for this wonderful opportunity and the discussion.
Thank you, sir, for a very educative and point which have come out, which maybe normally we are not exposed to, and that too with the experts, both diplomatic and as a force commander, the man on ground who handled the situation some time back. So first of all, my thanks to all the panelists for educating us on this issue of primacy of politics and how these things are interconnected and how it impacts. So we have come to a conclusion that in the discussion it has come out quite clearly that peace operations are no substitute for the politics. Lasting peace demands addressing the root causes of conflict, protecting civilians in the conflict, and it requires a political solution and not just military, like when we say peacekeeping or peace building or peace enforcement. They can go to a limit. Beyond that, it has to be the local political situations has to be created and which looks into the causes, root causes of the problem. And it requires political will and respect for implementation and application of the humanitarian aspects, whether in the form of law or the local national laws to address that. To address these challenges, we need to work on new approaches to the peace operations based on analysis of the shortcomings of the current approach and need to monitor and do the course correction continuously. This reminds me of a quote which the very famous second UN Secretary General Hanscald had said. Actually, this gentleman died in a plane crash when he was trying to negotiate the peace process for Angola. What he said, I just quote, constant attention by a good nurse is just as important as a major operation by a surgeon, unquote. So we need to remember this simple yet very profound realization in relation to the UN peace operation and primacy of politics. May I request Jal Sharma, DG USI, to felicitate the panelists on the stage, please.
Thank you very much.
That's not really.
Ladies and gentlemen, all good things must come to an end. So finally, the closing session of the USI Annual UN Forum 2025. Few words about the USI Annual Forum 2025. In last 2 days, under the overarching theme of advancing peacekeeping and humanitarian imperative in a fragmented world, we deliberated on the issues relating to enhancing peacekeeping, IHL and humanitarian imperative, protection of civilian, gender diversity in peace and security, and finally, primacy of politics and conflict management. To sum up, I will say that in the evolving environment, we are witnessing a transformative movement for the peace operations and the humanitarian laws. The changing characters of conflict and global environment is not just a challenge, but also an opportunity for the global community to reaffirm its commitment to peace, security, and justice. Let us not be disheartened by the complexities of today's world, but be inspired by our collective strength, our shared values, and our capacity to innovate. We need to transform, adopt, and strengthen our approach to peace and security for this new era of geopolitical contestation. We need to invest in sustainable development as the ultimate solutions for a future of peace, dignity, and prosperity. This is the only way to address the root causes of conflict and other vulnerabilities and to prevent the seeds of war from sprouting. This requires collaboration, firm political will, and dedication to the principles that bind us as a global family. Let's all move together to make it happen. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to have been associated with this conceptualization, planning, as well as execution of this annual UN forums from 2022, and equally honored to coordinate and moderate the event in the presence of such a distinguished panelists of the speakers and the participants. With their rich experience, they have brought valuable insight to the themes of discussions during the event. Now, for the closing session, we are fortunate to have Ambassador Ashok Mukherjee, the former permanent representative of India to the United Nations, and acclaimed personalities on the issues related to UN as well as the peacekeeping, who is be participating in the closing session. May I now invite Ambassador Mukherjee and the DG USI to come on the stage, please. To begin the closing ceremony, now I request Major General B.K. Sharma, DG USI, for the closing remarks, please.
Good afternoon, Excellencies, esteemed panelists, and other participants. It's always difficult to sum up 2 days of brainstorming by the best minds on the subject. So I'm not actually even making an attempt to give you the major takeaways. I would just begin by quoting from what Paulo Coelho in his book, The Alchemist, said, that when you want something, the whole universe conspires for it to happen. And that's exactly what has happened as far as USI tryst with rejuvenation of our UN peacekeeping endeavor is concerned. As you all know that we had one of our former Director General, General Nambiar, he had fathered UN peacekeeping here, and for 12 years we raised and nurtured that institution till it became a global center of excellence and part of Indian Army. So from 2014 to about 2022, there was a hiatus as far as this domain expertise at the USI was concerned. And then I started thinking over it, and then my friend and very close friend, Jan Badla, is here. He was based in Mao. I had a couple of discussions with him, couple of discussions with other people, and ultimately I think it was General Goswami that actually I had to rely upon, and I requested him to take on this responsibility. And he, together with General Bodlai, then Colonel KK, he joined us, and then we had a very rich faculty, here in terms of our former, the force commanders who are life members of USI. And then to top it off, we had the blessings of Ambassador Mukherjee and General Leader, who came in a very big way. And I think this whole process, it got restarted with everybody chipping in. In fact, I have had the minimum role to play as well as this is concerned. And credit goes to General Goswami, who's been the pivot of this whole endeavor. And he was, in his own enthusiastic way, able to then network with the UN permanent representative here, the UN women representative here, with the ICRC. And at least locally, we were able to network with all the stakeholders in peace and international humanitarian law. And at the same time, we were also able to revive our global, goodwill that we had with the Global Alliance Challenges Forum, IPON, NUPI, CIPRI, and everybody's come on board. And thanks to the effort of this team, that today again we are back at the global arena as one of the very important think tank to work in the field of global peace, security, and development. And this inspires us. But we also have to be mindful of certain realities. And what Mahatma Gandhi said, if this approach of eye for an eye it doesn't cease, then the whole world will go blind. And that's exactly what we are seeing today. The zero-sum game, kind of a great power rivalry, is actually creating a huge risk to global peace and security. Now, there is a tendency on one hand by the great powers, and particularly couple of powers, to either use UN as a pawn to pursue its own larger geopolitical agenda. And if that doesn't happen, then to use it or scuttle its efficacy by starting a kind of a very sinister narrative against the UN system and its efficacy. And now another tool of coercion has become, you start shrinking the UN funding so that you can throttle this excellent system in its own way. But on the whole, globally, there is a consensus that there is no substitute to UN system. If there is any hope, if there is any organization which is time tested, which can deliver, it is UN system. And therefore in India, on many occasions, in many discussions, when we hear some of our own colleagues, oh, UN is a defunct organization, it's a dysfunctional organization, it is a dying organization, we should not invest in it. I think we should not fall into this trap. The whole world, as I raised in my question, and both General Leader and Ambassador Mukherjee responded, the world is looking towards India playing a very major role, both at the UN General Assembly, particularly on the development and humanitarian goals, co-terminus with our core expertise in peacekeeping, Sadbhavna model, the heart and mind doctrine,
which is actually an Indian way of peacekeeping. So therefore, we must put a push, give a push to this UN, and our stakes in UN are very high. Now the question here comes up that what can we really do to strengthen the UN? Besides creating or leveraging our domain expertise, I think in the UN, there are many provisions which are unaddressed, which we can leverage. For example, agenda for reforms. At least let's initiate those discussions and institute the system of what you call is the text-based negotiations rather than a very loose form of negotiations. And India can take lead in that. We should also push for, say, accountability of UN Security Council at the UN General Assembly if they exercise a veto power, or if they have not come to a consensus on a particular issue and there is a division, and then UN General Assembly should take a lead role. What happened in case of Gaza when 144 countries, they voted, in one form. Subsequently, what happened? The UN was short-circuited, it was sidelined, and it became a minilateral. Same thing is happening in Ukraine also, right? It is a minilateral and there's a blowing hot and cold, and UN system is used to an extent that it suits great power, and after that it is being sidelined, and then minilateralism takes on. Equally important is that I think together with the regional organization, India should create a pitch of what you call is a pen holder approach to stitching the mandates. Regional organizations have a major say, troop contributing countries have a major say, communities have a major say. Why should it only be those 4 or 5 countries which should be deciding what should be the course and the complexion of a UN mission? So these are the other things that we need to work upon. Now, today, I think this Charter 6 and 7 are stagnated in its own way. There is a new way for us to sort of look at what is that, how do we create a mandate which is little more flexible, nimble-footed, and it is responsive to the needs on ground. And particularly important is that you have the new challenges now coming up. Unbridled use of technology, artificial intelligence, algorithm wars, space wars, cyber wars, cognitive wars, armed, the lethal autonomous weapon system. Who is going to be in control? How are you going to collaborate as far as your Grey Rhino and your Black Swan events are concerned? You see what happened during the pandemic. The only organization which has the mandate and which has the universal acceptability is United Nations. Therefore, I think we need to play our role and see that this system doesn't decay further, and we are able to sort of put our shoulder to the wheel to keep it alive and to keep it healthy. One more issue of concern is international humanitarian law. Now, you see, you have International Court of Justice, you have International Criminal Court, you have UN Human Rights Commission and all. They've been passing verdicts, but there is nobody to heed those verdicts. You do not have enforcement mechanisms to implement this. And even state actors who are part of the UN are actually violating this international humanitarian law. What to talk about non-state actors? So we have to have a de novo look at what mechanism do we create so that the states are held accountable to some of these institutions. So without further ado, I think it was a great sort of learning for all of us here to listen to some thoughts, and what gives me a lot of hope and a lot of happiness that the kind of wisdom which resides here in India, in USI with reference to international development and peace, I think it's not very many countries actually can sort of parallel this. So we need to consolidate on this, and we need to make this responsibility to protect as a mission and work in that direction. And we look forward to many more sessions in times to come. And I'm sure this whole sort of phenomena which has been started now is going to gather more momentum and better traction. Thank you very much, and Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your closing remarks. Now, finally, the time for the valedictory address. May I request Ambassador Mukherjee to deliver the valedictory address.
Thank you, General Goswami, and General Sharma, thank you for your remarks. To deliver a valedictory address for a conference of this kind is actually not very complicated in a certain sense, but I see it as an opportunity. The first thing is that today is UN Day. It's the day the UN Charter came into force, 24th of October. I find that there's not much enthusiasm everywhere in the world to mark today, UN Day, which speaks a lot about the attitude of the international community towards the UN Charter and to the UN itself. In fact, it's very ironic that the main function in New York being organized in UN headquarters today is being done by the Security Council, which is having an open debate on the UN Charter. And probably for some, it is also ironic that the sponsor of this debate is Russia. As a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council. There are many messages in these things. And I think that in India, we probably need to use this conference, to use the USI, to put a flag on international cooperation through the United Nations. We use it through UN peacekeeping, through lessons learned from UN peacekeeping, but I think we need to expand it as well. And under General Sharma's Director Generalship, the USI itself has expanded. Many of you who come here have seen how the USI has brought in more and more areas into under its roof. And two of these areas, I think, deserve special mention today. One is the humanitarian pillar. I'm glad that in collaboration with the ICRC and other UN bodies in India, with the support of the UN headquarters, which General Goswami always manages to get without much of a difficulty, which I'm very impressed by. The USI and USI-UN conference, the annual conference, is now on the landscape. And it's not only on the national landscape, it's on the international landscape. So I think that there's need for us to think of ways to keep this initiative going year after year with a purpose, as General Sharma mentioned, with the purpose of keeping the UN relevant and of direct impact to all of us. The second thing which was mentioned, and which is something that I have personally more involved with, is the emerging digital domain. When we started speaking of this in 2010 and 11, I was inside the government at that time. There were not many takers for this whole idea of digital domain. They were very happy to leave it to, in those days, the telecom companies and chambers of commerce, and there was no focus. Today, thanks to the use of these technologies and the new technologies that are coming in not only the world we live in, the way we live with our smartphones, etc., but also on issues of war and peace, which General Sharma referred to. There is need to integrate the digital domain and issues arising from the digital domain into our thinking and into what we do in the USI in terms of the interface between the USI and the UN system. It's a pity that the attempt to make the digital domain a part of the UN system did not really fully succeed. There is a global digital compact, which was made an attachment to the Summit of the Future. There's no buy-in by member states as yet, but there is a process at work. And for those of us who follow the process, the signs are not as pessimistic as the media would like us to believe, that it's not always a confrontation taking place, and therefore, the time is not ripe for anyone to get involved in this. That's not true, because since 2019, the global digital domain has taken shape internationally. Between 2019 and 2024 December, the first UN International Convention on Cybercrime was negotiated. It was adopted by the General Assembly. In January, it was opened for signature. Vietnam is the country which led this process. And by the end of next year, by December 2026, when 40 countries ratify the International Convention on Cybercrime, it comes into effect. And the impact of that on all of us who are apprehensive about the use of digital technologies for crime, for cybercrime, would receive a very broad global supportive structure with which our national authorities can prosecute cybercrime. Right now, it's really up to God. If a cybercrime takes place out of the United States or Nigeria or Indochina, Cambodia or wherever these people operate from, there is not much that a national authority can do. You need international cooperation, you need mutual legal assistance, and all that is now contained in the International Convention on Cybercrime. And as I speak, there is another process, which is a wider process of an international structure for cybersecurity. Here, the negotiations did not result in a clear-cut decision to have a legal framework, but there is a permanent mechanism which has been established by a decision of the General Assembly. And that permanent mechanism is going to give birth to two different processes. One is to codify the kind of work that is done for securing cyberspace, which is beyond cybercrime. It's in issues of war and peace as well. Through points of contact, through an institution called the Computer Emergency Response Teams, which are there in most big countries. And that is one part of the process. The second process where people like us are more interested in is to have an international cyber convention, like the Law of the Seas Convention, the UNCLOS. So it is the dream of some of us to work to have an international convention on cyberspace. And USI, which is now hosting a whole center for cyber issues, is very well placed. It's one of the first organizations in India who have actually taken this initiative, and all credit to you, General Sharma, for doing it. And I hope that this is something that will reflect itself in the USI's annual calendar as we go forward, because this is a domain where half, at least, or if not more, the population of our country, which is under the age of 28, will be involved. I mean, they are living in the digital world already, whereas many of us from the older generations are still conceptualizing it. I would like to conclude this valedictory remarks by referring to something that was said in the 1930s by Dr. Radhakrishnan when he was one of the 12 people discussing how to use intellectual cooperation for international peace. That was one initiative taken by the League of Nations. And it had very interesting people in that group. Dr. Radhakrishnan was the person from India. And he gave the concept of the unity of mankind. Now, that's well before the Second World War and well before what we talk of today. But the unity of mankind is what created the United Nations UNESCO, Education and Cultural Organization in Paris. And Dr. Radhakrishnan was the first Indian envoy to that as well. And from that has grown this mantra, if I can call it that, which we used in the G20 presidency as well, of the world is one family, or Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. I mean, this is a concept which India has actively promoted and integrated into international relations for almost a century now. And I think that this is something that the USI, when it does these events, actually demonstrates that we are discussing issues, but not in a confrontational way, but in a collaborative way. And that is the best way, in my experience, for many issues to be taken forward. We come across think tanks who are very confrontational or encourage confrontational thinking. And these days in issues of war and peace, it's always confrontations that are you with us or are you against us? I think there is a third way. And that is the way of humanity, of the unity of mankind. So I would like to conclude by leaving this message that this conference is part of an outreach of the USI, which tries to show, whilst we do in our peacekeeping activities as elsewhere, that we are looking at the human being as the central point of our activity and not in abstract issues from classrooms or boardrooms of war, peace, and profit, and so on and so forth. So I think that that is something that is a legacy that you leave, General Sharma, and I really wanted to use this to thank you for having brought that dimension into USI. Good luck to all of you, and thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Ambassador Mukherjee, for your kind words and the insight on the various issues besides what we discussed in the forum. Now is the time for a vote of thanks. May I now request Commander Sandeep Bali, Head of Prevention ICRC, to come on the stage.
Thank you, General Goswami. General Sharma, Ambassador Mukherjee, General Goswami, distinguished dignitaries, excellencies, distinguished chairs and speakers, my dear ICRC colleagues, ladies and gentlemen present, and also who have joined online, a very good afternoon. On behalf of Mr. Alfonso Verdu Perez, ICRC Head of Regional Delegation, I would like to thank you all for participating in these enriching discussions in this seminar. It has been an absolute pleasure and privilege to host you all and to be part of this fascinating exchange of views on these pertinent and timely discussions by leading experts in the domain. Our sincere gratitude to Air Marshal Dixit, General Sharma, and Mr. Alfonso for gracing the inaugural ceremony yesterday and sharing their vision and thoughts with us. Special thanks to Ambassador Mukherjee for the valedictory address. A special thanks to excellent speakers and facilitators who so generously shared their on-ground experiences, adding immense value to our knowledge on various themes discussed during the seminar. Thanks to Colonel Rathore and the entire UNPK team for their tireless and active support to the symposium. Our heartfelt gratitude to General Sharma for his continuous guidance and support to this engagement and encouraging the joint collaboration between USI, ICRC, and UNPK, and to General Goswami, who has been steering guide to this engagements for the last 3 years. We would also like to extend our gratitude to all the participants for their very enthusiastic and active participation during the discussions and very pertinent questions, which were very important for mutual learnings. USI, ICRC, and UNPK have tirelessly worked together in structuring this joint symposium. A special and sincere thanks to the entire USI and UNPK team, as also my ICRC colleagues, for their diligent and wholesome support towards the success of this event. All the questions and challenges evolved during the workshop would be compiled and shared with you in due course. We are confident that we will carry very fond memories of our experience of interactions and will continue to shape the debate on finding practical and implementable mitigation solutions for these humanitarian challenges. Lastly, a very special thanks and gratitude to all the contributors that I may have missed naming. We are very sure that this USI, UNPK, and ICRC partnership will continue growing in strength in shaping the discussions on the global humanitarian action. To end, we wish you all the success in your future endeavors. Thank you, Namaskar, and Jai Hind.
Thank you, Sandeep and ICRC for the kind support and collaboration with us for the last 3 years to bring out on the table this very relevant issues at the right time. Ladies and gentlemen, on the behalf of the USI, I take this opportunity to express my deep appreciation to Mr. Alfonso, Head of the Regional Delegation ICRC, for partnering with the USI of India for this annual UN Forum. We are thankful to Colonel Raghav and Colonel Rathore from the CUNPK. Just for your information, day before yesterday, Colonel Rathore got approved for the next rank. My special thanks to Lieutenant General Rakesh Kapoor, Deputy Chief of Air Staff, and Lieutenant General MP Singh, DGSD, who has been always forthcoming to provide vital support to the USI for organizing and conducting any UN or ICRC related event. Thanks to ICRC management and the USI staff who has worked throughout in the background for all administrative, IT, social media, and the artwork, without whose support this event could not have been conducted so successfully. My special thanks to General Leader, General Bardalai, Colonel K.K. Sharma for their wholehearted support. Without them, I would not have been able to plan and execute this event so smoothly. And to the DG USI, who has given me always a free hand for planning and execution. And last but not the least, special thanks to Ambassador Mukherjee for his advice and guidance in conceptualization of this event, chairing a session, as well as delivering the valedictory address. I hope you all have enjoyed participating in this event as much as we have been privileged to host. Our best wishes to all the outstation members for participating and a comfortable and enjoyable remaining stay in Delhi and safe return home. Here I would like to quote, "Every story has an end, but every ending is just a new beginning." With this, we close the USI Annual UN Forum 2025 and will again meet in 2026 with new theme and hopefully under the better geopolitical environments. May I now request Major General Bardalai to take the proceedings further.
Hey, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'll take about 3 minutes. India's commitment to peacekeeping dates to 1950, with first participation in Korea, and is as old as the history of the United Nations. It has been consistently the largest peacekeeping force in the history of UN so far. And it has been acknowledged by everyone, but unfortunately, while India can boast for its boots on the ground, the challenge remains when maintaining accessible records in the data. It's a challenge to know exactly about our own history. It is because our institutional memory, if you have, that expires when we expire. So much so that the world doesn't even know that our peacekeepers' contribution at tactical level. We participate, do our job, come back. The best practices get subsumed in the walls of the organization. I admit that I was also part of such a culture. But it does not mean that I have done a mistake. It should not happen that next generation should commit the same mistake. Unlike the Western nations, that they may contribute fewer troops, but they publish extensive literature because they have the wherewithal. But India's literary contribution also must be able to, and record keeping should be able to match the physical contribution. This is what my part answer to what one question raised by the DG in his interaction in the last session. But the USI on its part, at least as far as my memory serves, had put in a lot of effort in collecting the related data and published a lot of publications in the form of books, in form of articles, and also monograph. And in this regard, General Goswami's book, 75 Years of India's Contribution to UN Peacekeeping, is the latest in the series. That is to honor India's profound legacy and dedication to the world peace. Now, my duty is not to tell you what is about the book. For this, I think General Goswami is the best person to tell you about the book. General Goswami.
Thanks, General Bardalai. You have been part of my team, where all the various other publications where we have worked, and these are now in the open domain. Let me come to the book per se, 75 years of India's contribution to the UN peacekeeping. Actually, the story of this book goes back exactly 1 year back. It was in October 2024. I was asked by the Army Headquarters Staff Duty Directorate, which deals with the UN peacekeeping, and which annually publishes a UN journal from the Indian Army perspective. They asked me to write a detailed article on historical overview of Indian UN peacekeeping missions. And this was followed by another article on India and the UN peacekeeping philosophy, impact, and the way forward. This was in the early 2025 for the Special USA Journal on the UN peacekeeping. Now, for these two articles, because I had to cover the complete or scan the complete deployment or the contribution of the peacekeeping, I had to do a lot of research and collect the data, analyze it. So while doing this research, data collection, and the analysis, it kindled my interest for further research. And fortunately, the USI Library and our Center for Military History and the Conflict Study has a very strong archive, which has all these things, both in the physical as well as the digital forum. So I started going through or scanning through all the data. I'll just bring out one aspect. General Diwan Premchand, I'm talking of early 60s, when he was a Major General and then got promoted to Lieutenant General. After his retirement, he brought 2 steel boxes full of the material, what was there. Those days computers were not there, so it was more of diaries, notes, loose papers, and large number of photographs and cuttings from the newspaper, Time magazine of 60s, where that he had stored it that. And those were available. It took me almost 2 weeks to go through that. And I think 1/4 of the notebooks or the diaries were written in Urdu. He was born, I think, ahead of area of Lahore. So I could not devote time in that, getting somebody to read, translate, and this thing. So I started going through whatever was there in the English and those photographs and the news cutting. Besides that, we have some very vintage books authored by very admirable former peacekeepers as well as the ambassadors. And best part is when that time the Center for UN Peacekeeping was raised by USI and they were located with us. So all the units which were getting de-inducted, they were to submit the report, de-induction report of their full tenure, giving all the details. So all those things are also available with us. So I started scanning through that, or wherever, whatever data I had collected, there was a gap. So I started reading those. Not only that, I tried to contact units wherever I could not find the correct answer. And some units could give me something. And even I had to, with my contacts, approach the UN headquarters because UN headquarters on the open side, there are data which are available to the public, but everything is not accessible to public. So I had to request somebody in the UN headquarters, give him the details. He could scan through the other archive data and give me the required information. Though 100% it was not possible, but to a large extent, I could retrieve the thing to be very sure that what I'm putting up in the book, in the data or the area otherwise, those are authenticated by somebody. Through this book, I have attempted a comprehensive understanding of India's role in peacekeeping over the last 75 years, from Korea in 1950 to the last deployment in Abyei and till date. Book seeks to briefly chronicle India's rich and multifaceted peacekeeping journey by analyzing impacts, challenges, and the evolving road. For ease of reading, I have divided this book into the 7 chapters, and along with that, it has 7 appendices giving the various facts and the figures and the details. Let me briefly touch upon a few important chapters. I'm not touching all the chapters. First chapter is the Indian ethos and the world peace. It is quite evident that India is much in demand for as far as the UN peacekeeping deployments are concerned. And this is basically due to the dedication and the professionalism of our soldiers. During my research, I found that easy acceptability of our troops by diverse communities in the war-torn countries lies in our deeply rooted social, cultural, and religious ethos, and which I experienced myself when I was deployed to the United Nations in Angola. And Indian ethos is, in fact, what I conclude is based on our ancient traditions as enunciated in our old shlokas like Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina, Sarve Santu Niramaya, and the continuation of that. Another shloka which is quite commonly being recited every day by large number of population, that is Loke Samasta Sukhne Bhavantu. And finally, all pervasive Vasudeva Kutambakam. And these are the slokas which I realized reciting that inculcates some habits or the thought process which may not, it is quite pronounced, but it is only internally visible. So this remarkable heritage is deeply ingrained in our Indian character and reflected in our troops and the police personnel serving in the mission abroad. As a result, Indian peacekeepers quickly understand and respect the different cultures and effectively connect with the local population in mission areas. This helps in building trust, leading to greater acceptance, maintenance of peace in the conflict area, which ultimately results in the effective peacekeeping. So this was as far as the ethos and the world peace and the India is concerned. My next chapter, India's contribution. Since the inception of the UN peacekeeping mission in 1948, that is the time the first mission was deployed, India has taken part in more than 50 out of the 71 peacekeeping missions, with a total contribution till date exceeding 2,90,000 troops and nearly 15,500 police personnel. The bravery and sacrifice of the Indian peacekeepers had earned global recognition. Besides many awards, even the highest Indian Gallantry Award, Paramveer Chak, was awarded to a peacekeeper, Captain Gurpachan Singh Salaria, posthumously for his act of bravery in Congo in December 1961. Indian women have always been part of the peacekeeping missions since 1960. The first deployment was in Congo as a medical personnel. India was the first country to deploy an all-woman contingent for the peacekeeping mission in 2007 in Liberia. And we know the results of that and how Liberian women and the girls, they were the very epitome of their character, and which influenced to the extent that when the Indian deployment first took place in 2007, the total women and girls involved in the various activity in the security, this was, I think, around 6 or 7%. And by the time they left after 6 or 7 years, it has increased to 16%. Besides that, today women are part of all the missions which are deployed from India. And we know and we have realized and we have seen it on ground, more women in the peacekeeping means a more effective peacekeeping. Besides troops, we have been regularly contributing the senior leadership. And till date, we have contributed 3 special representative of the security Secretary General and 1 Deputy SRSG General Leader. He's present here. Besides that, we have given 15 head of mission and the force commander. 2 force commanders are present here. 2 divisional commanders, 9 deputy head of mission and deputy force commanders, and one of the deputy force commander is also present here. Besides that, we have also contributed 2 police commissioners at the UN headquarters, including 1 woman, Kiran Bedi. In addition, 2 military advisors, 2 police advisors, 2 deputy military advisors to the UN Secretary General at the UN headquarters. There is an instance, I like to quote that once Secretary General had to write a personal letter to Prime Minister Nehru at that time for Ambassador Dayal to be spared for deployment in Congo as SRS. Ambassador Dayal few years back was involved with the Lebanon under the UN, but this was the thing. Generally, I have been like, wherever there was a complicated mission or a difficult mission, UN always looked towards India for the senior leadership. So this is the story as far as the India's contribution is there. There are a large number of things, but I've tried to bring it as short as possible. Then next chapter is past UN peacekeeping missions and the interventions. In this, I have covered our contribution in the 41 missions which India had participated in some form or other. There are some major contribution, there are some minor contribution. Next chapter is ongoing UN peacekeeping missions. In this, as I had mentioned earlier, we are presently deployed in 9 missions out of the 11 ongoing missions. Details I'm not covering, those are in the books. Come to the final chapter, that is India and United Nations peacekeeping and way forward. India's strength lies in its capacity to undertake peacekeeping operation in any terrain, social milieu, or adverse situation, and then sustain such operation across the globe for a prolonged period. This is not possible or may not be convenient for the every nation. India's future peacekeeping approach should enhance its global standing and the diplomatic influence by linking peacekeeping activities to its wider foreign policy objective. Live example is recently conducted Chiefs Conclave of the UN troop contributing countries in Delhi 2 weeks back. Finally, at the end of the book, I have 7 appendices. I think whatever I have covered in the book, it may be equal number of pages in the appendices. However, it has a few selected photographs. I tried to cover each year some major activity where India was participating. And the other appendices gives out various facts and figures, like to get the data of our people, those who have laid their lives in the various missions where they were deployed for the world peace, it is 182. Now getting details, because I didn't want to publish in my book a name of an individual unless it is authenticated at some level or other. And it is started from the 1950 onward. Now those facts and figures, when I approached Army headquarters, they had few. Now there were some places where the names were, there were 2 names of same names in the 2 different missions. Now I wanted this to be authenticated fully before I include it in my data sheet. So I approached the Army headquarters, there were some gaps. Then finally again, that is the main thing where I had to depend upon the data bank of the UN headquarters, which was not accessible in the full form. So some individual, they Lieutenant Colonel Harry Sood, who were in the UN, through somebody I got his contact. And I kept feeding him the details, whatever I had, and he was authenticating and coming back to me. Though finally when he gave me the list, it has the name and the year. But I wanted the rank, name, mission, and the date when the incident took place. Again, it took 2 weeks to again collect all the data and bring it to me. Then I tallied it with the data from the Army headquarters. Once I was very sure that things have been authenticated, then only I have included in this, this thing. Now there are vintage newspaper cuttings and the various international publications, like I said, particularly the New York Times and the Times Magazine, which had covered extensively the action of Indian contribution in the Congo in the 60 to 63. So those things are tried to connect in this. There is a very, I'll say, important from my point of view. A sonnet was written by Mr. Brand, the Executive Secretary to the Under Secretary General in December 1976 on the farewell of Major General Diwan Premchand, who became Lieutenant General subsequently. He was the force commander in Cyprus, and this is when he was leaving the Cyprus mission. He has, in this poem of 2 pages, he has encapsulated his complete contribution, because there are few names like General Diwan Premchand and Major General Rekhi. Those who have served, General Rekhi was the local service. He served for 17 years in the UN in some form or other, basically peacekeeping. He's an exceptional man that who was the first military advisor to the Secretary General, and he served for two consecutive Secretary General, which is very rare in this thing. So it shows that their contribution must be that they are dependent. General Diban Premchand, whenever things were required, he moved out of the UN and immediately again he came. There is an instance when he was asked for the Namibia, but he was told that he is going to go as a force commander. However, it took 8 years for that mission to take off. And he was kept waiting for 8 years. And in the back channel, he was preparing the complete thing, even including with the Namibian government and the South African government. That's how that mission was so successful. And finally, I'd like to sincerely acknowledge the contribution of my friends, guides, and the philosophers. That is Major General Dr. A.K. Badlai, Colonel Dr. A.K. Sharma, and without their support and the involvement and the valuable input, this book could not have come up in this shape. And also my postmate, Major General Alok Dev, for correcting the manuscript and doing the value addition. I also acknowledge the guidance, support, and the most important, the encouragement which I received from the Ambassador Mukherjee, as well as Lieutenant Lidda, a very, I'll say, die-hard peacekeeper. My special thank to Mr. Jane Lacqua, Under Secretary General, UN Headquarters, for not only giving me a blurb for the book, but he was very kind enough to depute his staff to review and share the critical observations and the comments on my complete book, which took some time, but which actually very significantly enhanced the perception and the depth of this publication. There were few things which I was sure now I have completed the thing, but observations which there were 3 persons from the different departments of the that is peacekeeping operation in the UN headquarters who scanned through the book, and they kept raising the observations. Some places they were, I realized that I have clarified the thing, but he raised the question. He said, this thing, I feel this, but you need to clarify this, add some references which will add value to the book. So it was I'm very thankful to him. And finally, the acknowledgement of the contribution by Lieutenant General Rakesh Kapoor, Deputy Chief of Army Staff. He helped me on the various facts and the data which were not retrievable so easily from the Army. And as I mentioned, Colonel Harry Sood, who was in the UN headquarters, and through whom I could get the things validated. And they helped me in various small, even maybe a small thing, but they were very forthcoming in the supporting me. And the valuable support of my USI staff, particularly Komal from the editorial and Rajesh Kumar from the library, for helping me in editing and digging out the various records from the archive. Last but not the least, readily available support of General Sharma, Director General USI. In fact, this event takes me back 3 years back. That is on 7th October 22, when my first book, India and the UN Peacekeeping Through the Prism of Time, was released by Mr. Lacqua, Under Secretary General, in the same place, in the same hall. but date was 7th October 22. I hope this book in some form will serve as a valuable resource for the scholars, policymakers, military practitioners, and all those interested in the dynamics of international peace and security, and inspires a deeper appreciation of India's remarkable contribution to the world peace. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your patient hearing. Over to General Bhatt.
Ladies and gentlemen, I first request Ambassador Mukherjee and DZ, please come to the port. And may I request your leader and Colonel Pulwan come to the stage, please. Where is he? Sorry, I don't know.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll request you all to join us for the lunch in the courtyard.